Hello and welcome everyone to BrawlMSTRS Spring 2021. I am ready, set, and I have the utmost pleasure of being joined here today by Trav. How are you doing, Trav?
Yeah, I'm not doing too bad, thank you. I am honored to be joining you as well. First time casting together, obviously going to be a bit of a good experience, and we've got some insane EU games lined up today. So how are you doing, man?
Doing fantastic. I mean, I know it's later in the day for you there, but I mean, bright and early, waking up, getting my energy drink flowing through my veins, feeling good and excited. And I hope everyone watching is also excited for BrawlMSTRS Spring 2021. Of course, just in a moment, we'll take a look at our format because it is actually a very unique tournament. We are in day one of 3 different qualifiers before a last chance qualifier. So starting off, we have open qualifiers with 64 teams. Each match is a best of 3. The teams that get to ban game modes, they get to ban brawlers, and of course, there is prize money at stake as well, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking to aim to get these points towards the playoffs as well. Obviously, from the 3 qualifiers, if you're ending up in first place, you're going to be picking up those 15 points. Second place, the 12. Fourth and third, you're getting the 10. And still getting 5th to 8th, you're going to be picking up those 6 points. Ever so vital to be getting towards those playoffs at the end of the season.
Yeah, and it is similar to the official Brawl Stars competitive format wherein we have points that contribute towards your placing in the playoffs. So 3 days of qualifiers, then 1 last chance qualifier, and then we have the playoffs. That's our format for the season, and we actually have every single match is going to be played in a draft style game mode. And this, I gotta say, is another unique one. So draft has all of the game modes except for showdown. The teams get to ban 3 game modes, and they also get to choose which game modes to play for each set. The maps are predetermined for the sets. Then also each team gets to ban 2 brawlers. They are not blind bans, however. So it's ABBA style. There will always be 4 brawlers banned. So this is actually a refreshing one, because now we always get to see the guaranteed 4 brawlers banned. So we'll get to see a bit of a change up in how these teams approach the banning.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, there's so many prominent brawlers as well, so it's really a good format to have those 4 brawlers banned. And as well, we have got a lineup of a map pool that obviously the maps are going to be today. All 6 modes, and the bans coming in as well in terms of the game modes. It's going to allow them to have a vast array of these game modes coming in. Obviously, as you can see on screen now, Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab, Sneaky Fields for Brawl Ball, Canal Grande for Bounty, GG Mortuary for Heist, Bot Drop for Siege, and Split for Hot Zone. So a huge array of game modes we're going to be seeing today, and a huge array of maps too. So yeah.
Yeah, and this is just today. These are the maps for day 1. Day 2, we'll be moving into a different map pool. So it's kind of refreshing. You're gonna get to see the same maps, right? It's not a massive map pool, so all these teams, of course, will have time to prepare for these maps, but of course, changing from day to day to keep things refreshing. I gotta say, this is really interesting how we have teams banning game modes, and then our next team, they get to choose which order that they are played on. Or so we have blue team, they get to choose the first 2 game modes to be banned, and then red team gets to choose the next one to be banned. Then we have red team, they get to choose which map is the first set, and then blue, they get to choose which map is a second set, and then the third one, of course, is just set in stone by then. But Trav, I mean, this is really important to be able to win just those first 2 sets, because you can 2-0 your enemies, so having a decision over what maps are going to be played in what order is actually strategic.
Yeah, definitely an advantage on both parts, no matter what side you get, because obviously you're going to be playing your more rough modes if the teams do know their opponents. They're going to be playing the rough modes, but then they get to decide which order they play them in, which is going to be so valuable, because you're going to be able to put your best mode of those 3 first. And obviously momentum's such a big thing in Brawl Stars as well. So carrying on forward with the momentum going into the second set, if you are having a strong mode, it's going to be so vital to win these series.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are planning on sweeping your enemy, or For instance, maybe you get a bad mode that your team is not very comfortable on, or you are a bit outclassed by your enemy team. You can just shove that to the back as best as you can and make sure that is the third mode, and then plan on the sweep. That's a strat, right? There are so many strategies that can emerge here in the draft game mode. So this is super, super exciting. We are actually in the later stages of the open qualifier, because we do have an open qualifier for this. 64 teams can enter the open qualifier. The top 8 teams get to play here today for prizing, for fame, for glory, for just anything and everything, Trev.
Yeah, the top 16, it's going to be so vital to be able to get through that as well. And you can see the prize pools on the screen now. We've got $1,000 for first, $600 for second, and third, 3 and 4 are going to be coming on with $200. And just those vital points. And if we're looking towards the playoffs too, we've got 2,000 for first, 1,200 for second, 600 for third, and 200 for fourth. So you're just looking to really gain those points, and obviously a bit of prize pool along the way to get to the bigger prize pool at the end. And the $20,000 total at the end of the season two between the two regions, obviously 10,000 for Europe and 10,000 for NA. So it's a huge prize pool that they're going to be heading towards at the end.
Yeah, and really the prize pool is what keeps these teams going. It's what keeps the best teams on top. When you're able to win consistently, you are able to fund yourself to just keep on playing Brawl Stars as essentially your full-time job. This is what we see from a lot of our professional players, is what they do. They wake up, they brawl, they, make some friends and go to sleep. That is the life of a pro Brawl Stars player, or at least what I romanticize it to be. I cannot say that I've ever played pro in that regard. Maybe Trav, you could shed some light on what exactly these pro players do to prepare for such a tournament.
Yeah, a lot of the teams we're going to be seeing today are full-time players, especially looking towards those SKs, those tribes, the EXO free agents as well as some other teams. Just full-time players, and obviously that gives them a huge advantage over the likes of the teams who do have other time jobs too, just because they get so much time to be able to put into the game, and obviously scrims as well as analysis and coaching all come together to be able to see which team wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, and one of the most important things in Brawl Stars, at least to get good, is to play and play and play and practice and analyze. The more time you put into it, the more you will get out of it. So you can put in the time. If you put in the hours, you can rise to the top. This could be you, because 64 teams in the open qualifier, you just need to register. But to make it to the top 8 and make it to the prizing and be a Brawl Master, you do have to be one of the best. This is a very competitive region. I mean, Trav, I know this is your home region, but I am from NA, so, I'm kind of looking at EU from the outside in. Just by the looks of things, it's a very highly competitive region.
Yeah, EU has always been one of the most competitive regions, and there's just so many good teams and good players, which is why you're going to be seeing a lot of really strong teams meeting in top 16. So some really exciting games early on, as well as heading towards the end of the bracket as it collapses down. You're going to be seeing so many strong teams face strong teams, and we've got a lot of them enter today.
Yeah, and Trav, as excited as I am, and excited as I'm sure our players are, and as prepared as they are, we are actually having some server issues on the end of Brawl Stars. So we actually are going to get a quick break just to wait out the storm, because a lot of our players are actually unable to play right now due to some server issues. But, of course, the server issues, they are never too long lasting. Any experienced Brawl Stars players will know that. So we're going to wait out the storm. We're going to go to a quick break while we wait for these issues to sort themselves out. Welcome back, everyone, to BrawlMSTRS Spring 2021, and finally, we have a game for you. We have had a few server issues, but I mean, this happens all the time, right? We don't really get to control when it happens, but as I just said, we are back, and we have a banger match coming up for you. It is Bunker versus Blood Diamond EU, Trev.
Yeah, two of the big dogs in EU at the moment, two of the last monthly final competitors, I will say as well. So, yeah, really, really strong teams. Shield joining Bunker as well recently. I'm not sure if it's permanently or just for a few of these tournaments, but it's a really, really good addition to their roster, and it should be able to rival Blood Diamond.
This is interesting, yeah, and we'll get the chance to take a look at, I believe, the match coming up. We'll get to take a look at the bans. Those are coming in. We already have the mode bans coming in, though, and this is our first taste of the mode bans, the sort of draft format that we have. First of all, we have the Hot Zone and Bounty bans coming out from Blue Team, then the Heist ban coming out from Red Team. Of course, that is Blue Team is Bunker, and Red Team is Blood Diamond EU. Blood Diamond EU banning Gem Grab, and Bunker banning Brawl Ball. And then we have the first bans coming in from Bunker.
Yeah, Bell, obviously such a prominent pick in all of these, like in any map at the moment. Just probably the strongest brawler in the game as of now. You're seeing Stu and Barley coming in from the opponents in Blood Diamond. Two really, really good bans yet again, especially Barley slotting on this bot drop, and obviously Sneaky Fields as well. Really strong brawl on that, and Stu is really good throughout also.
Yeah, I mean, Stu is just so powerful in the meta, and there's really no question why. Though I do actually want to pick your brain a little bit, Trev. Why is Belle the best brawler in the game?
I mean, just the amount of range that she has and the damage as well. And the super just tops it off with that damage booster. Obviously, if you hit the opponent with it, as well as the bear traps coming in too with the gadget. It's just so prominent to be able to be used at all ranges, as well as the bounce shots that really just prevent everybody from clumping up, and it just allows everybody to win the lanes nicely.
Yeah, and also I love the damage amplifier on the bot, for instance, on Siege, right? We might make it into bot drop. It really does depend on the matchup. Ooh, the last ban coming in, it's Max. So, no sir, no Max comps today. No Sandy, Jean, Max for you. I mean, I guess that is the prime counter to that strat is, just to eliminate one of the core brawlers. We are going to be getting into set number 1 here, game number 1 of Bunker versus Blood Diamond, and take a look at our brawlers. Bunker, they are running maybe a bit of a Bunker comp. They have the 8-bit here ready with that turret any moment now to set up his area. Akile over here on the right side as Rico ready to lay down some control, though Blood Diamond now, they're coming out with the Rico for what could be a counter, actually.
Yeah, Rafa with absolutely phenomenal positioning on this map. Now, just being behind just puts so much pressure on the rest of the team. Shield a really nice super up there, almost taking down the mortars at the top, and now he's just going to retreat. But having 8-bit with this boosted booster, it really just allows just so much control over the map, and the cheat cartridge probably coming in too, allows them to just be able to get out in a swift exit.
Yeah, 8-bit now setting up shop on this point. Interesting to see both teams actually running more. Does not look like it's going to be so easy for Bunker to be running this Mortis. There's not exactly something that they are counting here. Mommy actually able to take that kill there on Piper. And this is going to be Bunker now making a slow and steady retreat as they prepare to deal with the onslaught in the last few seconds of the match. Akile actually almost going to go down. I'm sad, trying to get that kill, but that is going to be game number 1 going to Bunker ROG.
Yeah, very strong performance from those guys there. I will say that the 8-bit's just so good down the middle, just being able to swoop in for the gems and use the cheat cartridge out if required. Blood Diamond did show some signs of life off the start though, with Rafa with such good positioning, but he just wasn't able to maintain it in the long run.
Yeah, I actually love that positioning from Rafa, just getting so aggressive, hiding in those bushes. The thing is, Rosa can be so strong on this map, and frankly, very frustrating because once she's in those bushes, she just never seems to leave. But it does actually look like a Bunker were prepared for this. They had the Rico to deal with a tank hiding in those bushes, because it is one of those things where once a tank is in the bushes, they're not coming out, man. And it's not like you can get close to them either, because they're just going to wipe the floor with you. So you do have to have some sort of longer ranged approach where you can hit around those corners. Rico just completely fits the bill. So we could expect to see some of these same brawlers going into the next game. Any predictions, Trev?
Oh, honestly, I'm kind of really liking the 8-bit at the moment. It just pairs so well with the Rico as well. Just being able to get the amount of damage off to get the Rosa out of the positions that he really wants to be getting into. But yeah, yet again, I do really like the Rosa. I will note that Unfriendly Bushes would have been a much better gadget at this point. Just being able to get those slows down, and then the pinches really do start coming in from the Piper.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty interesting case, because usually if I were running Rosa, especially with the Bush gadget, then I would be running it on the left lane. Of course, from our perspective, that is the right lane, because Blood Diamond is the enemy team in this scenario. But if you can drop that bush and connect to this very large area of bushes, you're able to walk all the way from spawn to those bushes that form your enemy's backline and get behind them. Though we actually see Mort taking that lane against Chile on Rico, and you know, that could actually set up a nice sort of counter, right? Rico's pretty squishy. Mort is great at taking out squishies. Though very soon here, we will be getting into our next game. Let's take a look at our brawlers. Bunker, they're running the exact same comp. Blood Diamond EU, though, they are switching up the strat this time. They're running their own 8-bit, Colonel Russ, and they're also switching onto the Rico themselves.
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate for the Ruffs pick here, I must say. Just being able to get those power-ups to your teammates, if you can get it nice and early on, it's just going to be so dominant in the long run. Rafa managing to pick up a nice kill early in the middle, but Javi getting pushed quite aggressively now by Mommy Jordan. Rafa does manage to pick up the trade now, and that's 5 gems in the bank in comparison to Bunker's 0.
Yeah, this is actually a great plays here for Mommy, able to take out the enemy Rico. Just like I said, Mortis is so good for taking out these squishy brawlers, and he's actually baiting out a super there from Javi too. Great bait there, and is able to make it out as well. Not unscathed, but still alive, though just hanging on by a thread. Javi getting in very aggressive position here, might have bitten off a little more than he could chew. Bunker now switching up their lanes here. We see Mommy now switching onto the right lane to go for I'm Sad. It doesn't get the kill though. Instead, it looks like went for the double bass, but was not able to profit too much off of that. Of course, our countdown headed into the final few seconds. Look like this game will be going to Blood Diamond EU.
Yeah, a huge turnaround from those guys, as they do pick a much better comp this game, I will say. So they've definitely played that extremely well, and with such a good lead off the start, it was just too hard for Blood Diamond, for Bunker to be able to come back from that deficit that they just managed to take the game by storm.
Yeah, and I was expecting to see a really nice, consistent counter there from Mommy, right? Able to take out Javi, but the thing is, Javi was able to deal enough damage, was able to get that pinch between himself and the 8-bit, and force Mortis back into a very, I don't know, kind of defensive position. Mortis had to retreat a long way away, and it was just a very nice adaptation. The Rico and the 8-bit pinching Mommy there, and that, I think, is a sort of adaptation that was able to secure that game for them. The adaptation on the strat and the adaptation on the comp. So we can expect to see it, perhaps this same sort of adaptation headed into our last game of the set. Speaking of adaptation, though, we're going to have to see something coming out from Bunker ROG, because it doesn't look like a simple lane switch was going to be enough to win that game even halfway through.
Yeah, Vladimir Mortis was just really made redundant, as he can't really go in on the Ruffs at all, because he's just got those game-changing supply drop supers that just provide such a good buff to his teammates. So he's really got to stay away from that, and have his positioning just really didn't allow him to push him at all. The cheap cartridge also able to just retreat away if he starts putting some pressure on. So Mortis was kind of just made redundant there, and they are going to be swapping out in this game.
Yeah, and taking a look at our brawlers, we do see a bit of a skin change. We also do see Mommy now switching onto this 8-bit boss on the Sprout, and this actually could be a tough one, because we have both a boss and a Chile on brawlers that are going to be easy for Mort to take out. Here comes I'm Sad, not able to secure that kill on boss, but still did loads of damage. This control of mid is undoubtedly in Blood Diamond EU's hands. Chile now getting ready with this power-up from 8-bit. I'm Sad once again trying to get in this aggressive position, though Bunker, ROG, they know how to deal with this. They go for the 3-man pinch. They might take back control of mid, though they are not going to be able to secure these gems that Blood Diamond EU has already acquired. A nice defense there from Bunker as they take out I'm Sad. And still, they are having to pick up a large lead that Blood Diamond has acquired. I'm Sad getting the double bats, getting 1 kill, now probably going to go for Mommy. Blood Diamond EU cracking it down on the control to pick up this 10th gem and start the countdown.
Yeah, hopefully my mic is fixed now. And there you go, Sad comes in again, picking up a double kill, able to take him down nice and easily. And the Shield's just left here with his super straggling again. And he's just able to keep this pressure on as they did manage to pick up another gem from mid. And that is going to be Blood Diamond taking this game and the set.
Wow, Bunker, they managed to take game number 1, but Blood Diamond, I guess they just know how to choose a comp and they know how to play and adapt it to whatever they're faced up against. So phenomenal play there from Blood Diamond EU. Like Trav said, we're going to be heading into set number 2. It's going to be on Sneaky Fields, and you were saying actually the, well, it must have been the Barley ban that was sort of pretty good on this map, as well as the max ban. Those are going to be coming into play in a pretty large regard heading into this next set.
Yeah, I mean, the Barley ban, it's just so good against the more squishy brawlers now. And even able to deal with some of those more tanky units with the Sticky Syrup gadget. Just able to retreat so well when he puts it down. And that just allows him to dominate the whole map, especially with some supers coming in. Yeah, but the max ban alongside that, it really just takes out of practice the Gene and the Sandy comp.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for our players who are very, very familiar with that comp, because when you ban out the best brawlers, Max, Sandy, Gene, that tends to be what's left. The thing is, though, that even though they are not, you know, the most powerful brawlers in the game by themselves, they form this sort of crazy synergy where they're just able to make this pretty much undefeatable or unrivalable, uncounterable comp. So thankfully, we're not going to be seeing that coming out from our teams, though we do still have strong brawlers in play for Sneaky Fields. One of them, though, is not Barley. Like Trav was saying, long-range control with super, with his main attacks just a month ago. Man, it doesn't seem like it's been a month, but Barley got this 9% or was it 11% range buff, and it is just absolutely insane. And I will say, I'm a little bit thankful that we don't have to deal with the super long-range Barley in this next set.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. And obviously, they're expecting to go the long haul, too. Barley just being such a prominent brawler on bot drop as well as Sneaky Fields. It's definitely a really, really strong ban. And yeah, I mean, I'm still expecting to see the Sandy on this map. We've seen a lot more Spike slotting in as well now. And obviously, Rosa with the Unfriendly Bush's star power gadget. I mean, it's just so prominent here, too.
Yeah, we saw Rafa on that Rosa just in the last set, and Rafa was getting some really good positioning in game 1. Of course, we did see a Blood Diamond EU switch up the strat a little bit. They switched off of the Rosa, and they managed to win the next 2 games in very convincing victory right there. Very convincing couple of victories, rather. So given the really good positioning that we saw on Rosa, we can reasonably expect to see that coming up in our next set. Another thing is Poco is still in play. So Poco double tanks could happen. And now you introduce this dynamic of, well, is the enemy going to run PDT? And now are we going to have to run a counter comp? Because the thing is, your traditional comps do tend to really struggle against Poco double tanks just because they're focused more on control and not necessarily on damage output. And damage output is the really only thing that can take down PDT.
Yeah, really good note on the Poco being not banned there. It really does open up a lot more opportunities for different comps. But yeah, I'm kind of expecting the Nita and the Spike maybe to combat that. But yeah, they are going to be coming in with heavy tank counters on both parts, obviously with the Jessie and the Nita on one side, and B and Colt and Amber on the other.
Yeah, this is interesting. It looks like neither team wanted to deal with tanks this time. As you said, the tank counters, we have Nita coming out, we have Jessie coming out, and then the wall break centric comp from Bunker. They have a Chile over here for the wall break, the silver bullet as well. They also have a boss on that B to deal with those tanks. The thing with B is man, she is just so good against tanks, but she is also a pretty good generalist, getting great control here, actually. Bunker, unfortunately, they seem to have staggered their enemies' respawn times, and it might actually be a little bit tough to keep their grip here. Looks like they are going to allow their enemies to all come out, and now they're going to go for this team wipe. Mommy, though, in a sticky situation, not able to stay inside of that sandstorm. Rude Sands is just chipping away at Mommy. A nice dodge. They're able to dodge just one of Javi's attacks. Mommy is now going to regain control, though. On the left side, Rafa is now looking to put this ball in the goal. The Honey coming in to slow down Rafa, but wow, Rafa able to stay alive, and perhaps a trick shot to put this one in. No trick shot, but that is going to be the first goal going to Blood Diamond EU.
Yeah, I will say an absolutely incredible turret coming in there from Amstad, able to just pick up the slow on all three of them with the gadget, and that just allowed Rafa to swoop in and pick up those kills. But Javi, looking over the bright side, popping his sleep stimulator, able to heal up to the max after he's been tapped a bit by that Amber. And now Boss is just looking to thrive in this open lane, getting the pinch over on Javi too, bringing him to one shot, and this is really where they're going to start to show their long-range skills.
Yeah, this is a Bee's paradise right here. Boss is going to have to get this pass over on the Mommy. Looks like there's plenty of time. Bunker now taking the second goal of the game, tying up our score at 1-1 with just 30 seconds remaining in the match. Though, will there be a full 30 seconds? Javi now throwing down the super to get some more control. A bit of a dodge there. Didn't manage to fully dodge a Chile there. Chile getting very aggressive, picking up one kill. Mommy picking up another. The last defense between Bunker and Blood Diamond is I'm sad managing to get this defense, and he's gonna go down, but a great defense from Blood Diamond as we head into overtime. Javi, once again, is the only thing standing between Bunker ROG and a wide open goal. Mommy able to slowly toss that ball in, and that is going to be game number 1 in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, very, very good plays from Bunker there. They managed to get the map open so early, which just allowed them to thrive so much, and the only thing that Blood Diamond could really do to prevent those pushes was just get those Sandy Supers, but the last one that they threw down didn't get any value out of it at all, as they were too low to be able to enter it.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate. We maybe could see a switch up in the comp in the next game, because you know the Sandy running the Rude Sands, it was useful for getting control of those bushes at mid, but the thing is, when there are no more bushes left because your enemy's breaking them all, then your Rude Sand is kind of all for naught, especially when all of your enemies are long range as well. They don't really need to be standing in the Rude Sands in order to deal some pretty good damage to you. We actually saw it coming out from Bunker. Even when the enemy was in the sand, they were still able to get some hits there. We saw Achille getting some shots, right? So maybe we will see a switch up perhaps in the Sandy pick or perhaps in the Star Power. I know these days that Rude Sands and Healing Winds are a little bit more interchangeable than they have been in the past. They're both strong Star Powers. The thing is, Rude Sands does give you more control from a perspective that your enemy literally can't walk into the sandstorm without taking damage, but Healing Winds does give you some pretty nice control, just in that you're able to heal up passively, right? And you're able to heal up your teammates.
I mean, it's all going to depend on what the opposing team play, because we saw then as they broke up the map so early on, it really didn't get any value at all. But if they played something along the lines of a more tanky comp, he's going to be able to cycle those supers a lot more, and it's going to give him vision of the bush, which is exactly what you need to do against these tankier comps.
Yeah, the Colt and the B combo, we've seen it a lot, and it is a powerful one for sure. Blood Diamond, they're going to have to come up with something to counter it this time. We saw it in the last set. They did unfortunately go down in the first game of set number 1, but they were able to bring it back just by being able to adapt appropriately to Bunker's strategy. Bunker, they did actually run the same comp in game 1 and 2 of set number 1, so we can expect much of the same. And, well, perhaps not. We do still see Boss on the Golden Echo B. Of course, Mommy, though, now switching onto the Nita so that he can get that bear out quickly. Achille also on this Surge. Of course, Surge, he's a green button brawler. He's really good just for the teleport. Though, Blood Diamond, they are running the same comp that we saw Bunker ROG running last game. So this is an interesting adaptation here.
Yeah, I mean, I must say some really good pressure from Bunker early on, which is what they need, especially getting these bears. It's going to be so good, and Mommy's managed to get a few shots off there, and the ball does go in from Boss with an absolutely incredible play. But they just got to get the map more open. We saw Bunker do it so well last game, but it just doesn't really seem like the same moves are coming through from Blood Diamond.
Yeah, just choosing your enemy's comp is not going to be enough. You do have to be able to play it well. You do have to know how it works. And that is a bit of a hazard that you can run into, is if brawlers that you're good at get banned out and your opponent has some really strong comp for this situation, you might just have to play what they're playing. You just got to play your opponent's game instead of making them play your game. And it looks like right now, Blood Diamond, they are playing Bunker's game. Bunker, they really are just sitting back and playing it passively, waiting for Blood Diamond to get too aggressive or use their abilities. Rafa now using the super just to get some wall break and positioning. Achille, though, of course, getting that kill with all those walls broken down. He's pretty much defenseless, though we do see now Blood Diamond coming back with all three members. It's a 3v2 now. We got to see Rafa get this kill here on Achille or something like it if Blood Diamond plans on pushing in these last 30 seconds of the match.
Yeah, we see Rafa getting the wall break, but he fed a shields level 3 once he was at it, so they're going to be about even range now, and Blood Diamond have really got to make a move or they're going to be dropping the set, but they just really can't, as both the lanes are under so much pressure now, just from being able to be taken out so simply by the opposing lanes. Good teleport coming in from a shield, picks up the kill, picks up the level up 2, only one shot on Rafa needed to get this goal, and he's going to go for the shoot and shot. He does go for a TP, and he slots it in the goal, and that is going to be bringing the sets to 1-1.
Gosh, I always love to see the dribble or the self-pass or whatever you want to call it to put that ball in the goal, especially when it doesn't necessarily get you all the way there. You do still have to toss it through your opponent right at the goal line. But as you said, brilliant plays there from Bunker. That is going to be set number 2, and we will be headed into bot drop. And this is when our bans once again start to come into play as these teams are choosing their comps. The Bell is out of the question. The Barley is out of the question. No Sandy Max Jean is available because we are lacking Max, and we also do not have Byron. So most of the really powerful brawlers are banned out for this set, and it's interesting to see it that we did see it get pushed to the last set. I think both teams actually had some brawlers banned out that were really instrumental to them in this last set on bot drop.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of B here just because of how prominent the triple healer meta is in EU. They just bring out like the likes of Pam and Poco and stuff like that, which are just so easily taken out by the B. So honestly, I'm expecting at least one of the teams to be playing B just as a preventive measure to the opposing compositions.
Yeah, this is an interesting sort of story that we've seen from B. B was good because she had Honeycoat and she was just able to tank, right, and become practically invincible. And then we had the gadget, right, and she was able to just use Rattled Hive and win a lane, and then Rattled Hive gets nerfed, and now B is good again for the tank counter, right? It's an interesting life cycle that we've seen for B. It's really refreshing to see her coming back just to deal with tanks, and also to see her paired with the wall break. It's a new one. I feel like we are seeing it perhaps like maybe we should have seen this sooner, right? The sort of Colt and B pairing up that wasn't just, you know, in our green meta or our green button meta of a few months ago, where it's just, okay, Colt uses Silver Bullet and gets a kill, and then we have B, and then she uses Rattled Hive, and then she also gets a kill, or 3 kills, or however much it is, right? Just based on these balanced brawlers, you're able to form a really nice and powerful duo that can shake up the pace of the game.
Yeah, it's all about synergizing your comps. We've said a lot about the Max, Jean, and Sandy, but also the Colt B, as you've just said, it synergizes so well, being able to break up the map with the Silver Bullet, and then that's where B and Colt thrive. If you compare that with another third brawler that does so well, then obviously it's going to be pure domination on that side.
Yeah, I think we haven't really seen comps or metas that are so focused on wall break before, because you'll see Colt, he just uses a Silver Bullet for wall break, right? Maybe if, you know, when Brock was very powerful, you see him using his gadget or his super, mostly for damage, less so for wall break, unless it's like a strategic wall that's going to help him out on lane, or something like that, but never before have we seen the strategy of, okay, just break open all of the walls and everyone is going to profit off of these walls broken down, especially when it's also face up against an enemy in a situation where you're saying, well, we're going to break open all the walls and we're depending on the enemy not being able to profit off of the broken down walls. That is our strategy. Though now we are going to be getting into this first game of bot drop and our comps are coming out. The Amber, Piper, and Crow from both teams, the mirror match down to the lane matchups, and so far Blood Diamond is keeping a nice control over mid.
Yeah, really good taps there from Javi, able to get the double use on the slowing Toxin, allowing him to just pick up every single bolt in this first round. Only a 1 push though, but they've banked 3 for the next. Going to be so good in the long run. And honestly, Rafa's just going to be looking for the wall break on this first push and then move from there. Slowing Toxin coming in from a shield though, and he's probably going to be pushing for this break now.
Ouch, and this bot is connecting with the Ike. That is going to be a nice sum of damage, especially considering that Blood Diamond was not really able to get on Bunker's Ike there. Blood Diamond, though, they're backing right back up to mid. This is an important thing about Siege is you don't just need to get a 1 push. You don't always need to do damage to the safe. Oftentimes, it's just more important to have mid control and maintain it. We saw a great homemade recipe there coming out from Bunker ROG, though much of the same coming out from Blood Diamond. Rafa getting that kill. Mommy now threatening to get this kill on Rafa, though not going to be able to secure it. A level 8 Siege bot coming out from Blood Diamond, headed straight towards a Bunker's Ike. The slowing Toxin coming out from a shill very soon. It looks like actually a Bunker ROG, they're going to be able to get this 100% defense. Very nice, a perfect or nearly a perfect defense there from Bunker. But what they have sacrificed is the mid control. They have not abandoned that bot early to go for the mid control, and they have to get a bot here if they plan on winning this match.
Yeah, they can defend all they want, but without these pushes, which they're not going to be getting any of by the looks of the amount of pressure Blood Diamond have here, they're not going to be able to get any damage at all, so they can defend as much as they want. But without the damage, they're not going to be able to win these games, and that is going to be the third and final Siege bot going to Blood Diamond. Yeah,
Bunker, they got to bring out some crazy moves right here if they plan on winning this one, but it looks like even a few seconds ago, they just said, you know what, this one, it's in the books, it's done. And on the left side, I'm sad, cooking the books, roasting that Ike. That is going to be our first game of set number 3, going to Blood Diamond, and that will bring us to match point. Blood Diamond is favored here.
Yeah, Blood Diamond really going to have the upper hand going into the last game. Not only with the kind of mind games in terms of compositions, but also just Bunker are going to be under so much pressure to be able to win this game here, or it's all going to be over for them.
Yeah, we could see, as you said, the Colt and B coming out. We did see it. That was sort of the saving grace in our last set for Bunker. So maybe they'll pull it out again just because they are going to return to what they know, what they're comfortable on, and just like take a deep breath, exhale, don't lose this next game, or else you are not heading on to the next stage of Brawl Masters Spring 2021, at least in day number 1. So good play for both teams so far. Of course, Blood Diamond EU is favored here. We did see something similar in set number 1. We did see the comeback from Blood Diamond, so it could be possible for Bunker to come back here. They, as you said, are just going to have to, not let the pressure get to them. You said also, that momentum is a huge factor in Brawl Stars, and if Bunker succumbs to the momentum here, then they're just toast.
Yeah, but you got to think as well, Ashiel being one of the top players for the past few years, he's really going to be good under this pressure. Keep his new team calm and just move into this next game in a new fashion, and just hope that they're going to be able to pull out this win and get this reverse sweep in the last set.
Yeah, this is true. We do have some phenomenal players on Bunker. Ashiel, just to name one, very well-known players. Even I know Ashiel in NA, so, I mean, even though I'm mispronouncing his name all the time, though, I mean, this is a good point, Trav, that we can have these players performing well under pressure just because they're accustomed to it. They've been in the situation a million times. It's not really phasing them. So that's the sort of mindset that we're going to have to expect, or that Bunker ROG is going to have going into this next game, which is also the match point.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You've got it right there in terms of momentum. Like I said, the compositions, they might have to change here, as such a good game from Blood Diamond in a mirror comp too. So it wasn't really in terms of the compositions who won there. It was just they played the better game, and they're going to have to show for it now.
Yeah, and I will say, especially on bot drop as well, that this first fight for mid is pretty much the decider for the game. Because if you get control of mid, it is so hard for the enemy to force you out of position, because it's just such a wide open map, and there are not many obstacles for your opponents to hide behind, right? There are not obstacles that are close to the edge of the Ike's range. They're all just right next to the Ike. And that can be, perhaps a little bit useful for defending if you're running, say, a Lu or something like that. But the thing is, it does not do you any favors as you're trying to get out of spawn. A lot of these players get spawn trapped. We saw much of that actually from Bunker. Unfortunately, they did get spawn trapped pretty hard by Blood Diamond. Most importantly, I will say by Piper, just because she's such a great long-range duelist. There's really nothing that can compete with the Piper in long open range. So this is what Bunker is going to need to bring out, is they got to bring out the better Piper play, because I think that was one of the deciding factors in the last game.
Yeah, no, I definitely think you're right there in the fact that the spawn trap's just so prominent, and it's really, really hard to get out of a spawn trap with a Piper there, the Crow with the slow toxin alongside Amber too. Like in an Amber versus Amber matchup, if you're the one running into it, you're the one going to be taken out.
That is my main complaint with Amber, is that, alone, her range is like, okay, she shoots the fire pretty far, this is good. This is good. But if you're trying to go aggressive and run into them, and this Amber is firing at you, that projectile moves so slowly, and it is just able to produce such a long stream of fire if she's running away from you. It's like her range now suddenly got so much longer, and it's just she's just one of the most frustrating brawlers to play against, especially for people with aggressive playstyles. Though Bunker, they actually used a more passive playstyle in Brawl Ball, and that seemed to work out pretty well for them. Hopefully, we do see Bunker able to secure mid control right off the bat. Here we are in the match point. Achille now able to get that kill with the green button, though not able to stay alive. We do have the 2v1 over here. Crow, unfortunately, not going to be able to get that kill on Piper. We're going to see this first siege bot come out of Bunker, headed straight towards Blood Diamond's Ike.
Yeah, shield remaining at level 1 though. You've got to note that he's going to have a bit of a disadvantage being able to keep these brawlers back when they've just got such an extended range over him. But the Piper's tapping, Boss playing an absolutely phenomenal Piper here as he taps 2 of the players, just refusing them the push out, which they really, really need. And there you go, Shield's managed to pick up his super now. Does jump over one of the shots, but he's going to retain that level due to his star power coming into the next respawn.
Yeah, Bunker ROG looks like they're actually losing their grip here on mid. A desperate play, actually. Mommy is able to secure a kill. We do see a Chill now able to get a kill as well. Gosh, a kill. That is tough to say, but perhaps a little bit of a hidden meaning there in a Chill's name. Regardless, Bunker now headed straight towards Blood Diamond's Ike with yet another high-powered siege bot. And this is just going to show exactly what we said about, man, it is tough to win this mid fight after you have lost the first one on the first siege. This last siege coming up in just a few seconds. Blood Diamond EU, they do have the upper hand here in terms of bolts, but perhaps that is only temporary. We do see Blood Diamond able to push in, actually. The bolt counts are equalizing, 10 seconds remaining. Bunker ROG staying in here, able to get these next bolts. Looks like this last siege is in fact gonna go to Bunker ROG.
Yeah, it's going to be coming down to the wire in the last game here as Bunker take this one as dominantly as Blood Diamond took the last one. Looking like it's going to be a very, very formidable last game here.
Yeah, this is insane because we do see the adaptation from Bunker on the comp, because they're coming out with the Surge for the teleport to be able to win an easy lane, just a set amount of time spread. That's the thing with Surge's teleport, is you can basically get a free lane win, but only 3 times a game. So you got to use it wisely, and there really couldn't be a better map for this than Bot Drop, just because when you do win that lane for the first time, as long as your teammates know what they're doing, then you can keep control for the rest of the game. You just need to win the first and mid fight. Winning lane quickly is going to allow you to flex on other lanes and help out your teammates. So it's a really, really useful strategy there. Really useful brawler to have just for that free kill. Though we are going to be heading into the last game. The very final game is going to be our match decider. And this has just been a back and forth match. In terms of wins, we do actually see a Bunker leading. They did manage to snag 1 victory in set number 1, Blood Diamond with the comeback, but now they could be on the next comeback headed into our match point. Though Blood Diamond, they're going to have to bring a different sort of team composition, because it looked like the Surge actually did give them a very tough time at the beginning of the match, and that is going to be really their main enemy, is that first mid fight headed into our last game.
Yeah, when we come into this last game here, it's really going to come down to who has the better composition, because we've seen 2 incredibly evenly matched teams, and it always comes down to the compositions that are being played. So, yet again, Bunker had the upper hand on that one, but Blood Diamond are going to have to retaliate, and that's going to allow Bunker to be able to just keep their cool and just predict what they're going to be playing, and that honestly puts Blood Diamond on the back foot heading into this last game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and this could be a stressful one, just because you are not entirely certain of what your enemy is going to run. Oh, so we run the counter to Surge, but oh, now I think that the enemy is expecting the counter to Surge, so I'm going to do the counter to Surge, and oh man, now it gets real convoluted as you're just trying to get into your enemy's head, and really you're just getting in your own head. And this is a lot of Brawl Stars. It just, not all of it takes place in the game. In fact, a large part of it takes place outside of the game. The matches, the games are only 2 minutes long, and yet the time that you spend outside of the game is 2 minutes long, perhaps, if not longer. I mean, of course, we have a production going on, so these games are going to be not as far spaced apart as 2 minutes, but perhaps in another tournament, man, one team could be really dragging their feet, or maybe in a scrim, you're going to be waiting in that lobby for a while, man, as both teams are really sweating and just trying to bring out their best comps and get in their enemy's head.
Yeah, that's the name of the game in Brawl Stars when they're so evenly matched like these 2 teams are. It always just comes down to the compositions, and we're going to be seeing that as we head into this next game now.
Yeah, our brawlers coming out from Bunker. We have the Piper, we have the Amber, we have the Crow, and much of the same from Blood Diamond, though this time they are bringing out Sprout with, it looks like, Overgrowth of all things. I could be wrong. Yep, that is Overgrowth. There is no question about it. Interesting strat from Blood Diamond. This is a very different, to put it nicely, pick, actually. Overgrowth, I think, is a little bit underrated, actually. I think a lot of players are really obsessed with this very tanky Sprout, but that's not really what Sprout is built for. Though oftentimes it is what makes Sprout viable, is its ability to tank for a long time and just maintain control. Looks like Bunker, actually, despite tying that first siege, is going to be able to reclaim control of mid. 20 seconds left before the next siege. It looks like Bunker is actually going to be able to secure this next bot, so it will come down to the final bot unless Blood Diamond is able to take back control right here. 5 bolts for both teams. Here comes the 6th spawning, and Bunker ROG is now forced to retreat from mid. An aggressive Sprout play there is going to secure a bolt, or perhaps not, for Blood Diamond. The level 7 siege bot coming out from Bunker as they begin to equalize this bolt count. Now 3-6, as Blood Diamond still does have the bolt advantage headed into this last bot.
Yeah, I will say the Sprout didn't have his super upon the bot coming in there, which obviously is so good, and that's one of the main reasons it's played here, alongside obviously it being so good against the Crow when he actually has those walls up. But an early break did come in from Boss, and that just kind of took him out of the game. But you're seeing Blood Diamond actually getting some taps on now, and a shield falling to one shot, managing to pick up a couple of bolts in the mid now though, but they've still got the advantage on the side of Blood Diamond as Javi picks up further 2 bolts, and it's looking like they might be able to take this one.
Yeah, Blood Diamond, they are leading by the bolt count. Really the number to beat here. Wow, and the 10th bolt coming in just in time. That is a purple and a very speedy boy coming in for Blood Diamond. Doesn't look like they are too close behind this bot, though. Slowing Toxin coming in just a moment. Mombi trying to get this defense. The bot is going to connect with the safe. Is there going to be enough damage? Looks like there will. That is going to be Blood Diamond taking this match in the final seconds of the final game. Congratulations to Blood Diamond EU. They will be advancing to the next round.
Yeah, I must say they really did keep their cool there as they were on the back foot for a lot of that game, but they knew if they could get the one push in the final round to get those bolts that they required, they were on a bit of a lead coming into the last round there by about 3 or 4 bolts, so they knew they could bring it back quite simply if they did just keep their cool, and that's what they did, and it resulted in the win for them as the damage comes in the last few seconds.
Yeah, it looked like Bunker struggled a little bit with backing up in accordance with that final bot. They did end up getting taken out by Blood Diamond, so that is unfortunate for them, though. I mean, this was totally a banger match. I mean, Trav was looking at the bracket beforehand, and he's like, "Dang, I think these two teams are going to face up against each other, and it's going to be like one to see. It's going to be a true spectacle." And I really couldn't say it better myself. It completely was fantastic seeing these two fantastic teams clash with each other.
Yeah, it's always good to see the two evenly matched teams. As I said, both monthly finalists in the last monthly, and Bunker have qualified a couple of times previous to that too, so obviously a really strong team as it is, but Blood Diamond were able to come out victorious in this Brawl Masters round here in round of 16, and that's going to be taking them on to the quarterfinals and taking home those guaranteed sweet points.
You love to see the points, you love to see the money as well, and if you do make it to the top few teams, there is prizing to be won. Perhaps at the lower places, it is, not so much as the glory that is to be won in first place. $1,000 prize for first place. That's insane. $1,000, man. So, I mean, I cannot wait to see who advances to number 1, though that will not be coming up for just a moment. Our next game coming up is going to be SK versus EGN, and okay, I'm so ready for this one, Trev. SK versus EGN, yet another banger, just like coming right off of Bunker. This one's gonna be phenomenal.
Yeah, the Titans of Europe coming off the back of 2 monthly final wins. SK Gaming versus a very strong Portuguese team, I must say, in EGN. 3 of the top Portuguese players coming in on this EGN esports team. Should be a really, really strong game, but you've always got to be looking towards SK Gaming to dominate.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. I mean, the thing with EGN, I will admit I'm not too familiar, but what Trav said, just very good roster, very talented players. Though the thing is, what sets you apart at this level of play is your ability to play as a team, not just as an individual. And we do have the bans coming in. The banned modes are going to be Bounty and Brawl Ball. Okay, well, that stinks. I wanted to see some Brawl Ball, though regardless, we also have the Siege band coming in. So our modes for this match are going to be Hot Zone, Heist, and Gym Grab, some of our favorite maps. Oh, well, perhaps with the exception of Heist. I know GG Mortuary is in the competitive map pool, but I mean, I think we got some hard feelings about that one.
Yeah, I must say, GG Mortuary, always a bit of a iffy one if Colt is banned, which it is, as you can see. Colt being a really, really strong brawler on both Split and GG Mortuary, so usually wouldn't really see it banned, but just due to the maps that are going to be played in this fashion, really uncommon to see that banned just because these maps aren't usually paired up together, but it's going to be a very, very strong one in this game.
Yeah, and our other bans, of course, Byron, Sprout, and Stu. These ones were no stranger to definitely the Byron and Stu, right? We see these all the time. Sprout ban may be a little bit more personal, right? May just be what SK does not want to have to deal with. They're fine with the other meta brawlers. We do still have Bell in the mix, so that's definitely one to expect. Though I'm very suspicious of the Colt ban here on GG Mortuary, because what you always see on GG Mortuary, first thing people do is they have Colt, they run him left lane, and they get rid of those walls. The entire gameplay strategy on GG Mortuary is to destroy the map.
Yeah,
that's your gameplay on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's been coming on in a lot on Split as well. As we said before, the B and Colt meta is just returning to Split now as well, as it has been in previous times. And yeah, it's really, really strong. So I think, honestly, we're going to be seeing a huge thrower meta here with Barley and Tick in play on both of these GG Mortuary and Split maps.
Oh boy, the Tick coming in, and then perhaps a B or something to come in as well. I still think the B could come in, right? Just on the right lane because, and of course I'm talking about GG Mortuary, just the ability to stand there and spam. Perhaps a Jesse would be better suited for the job, or maybe even a Bell, though this is really going to be a frustrating few games with Colt no longer in the mix. You did say these two teams are titans, right? SK versus EGN, both great teams, though SK, you know, I will admit, is the more recognized and better known team. And sometimes you just got to throw off your enemy, especially when you might be outmatched, though we'll have to see. It doesn't look like actually EGN is going to be able to get control here right off of the bat. Semantic and Jeton now able to take this right lane. EGN coming out with a good comp here, actually. They have the Surge and they have the Gale and the BB. They're more equipped to deal with throwers here, but two of the brawlers from SK are not throwers, and this could be a tough situation. Skyrix able to get that kill on Pimentel and pick up that fourth upgrade. SK looking pretty well fed for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we're seeing just such dominance over the right-hand lane with Jeton, and you just can't keep on jumping in. This last hurrah just keeps on returning every time he keeps on doing it, and Semantic does have power-ups provided to both him and Jeton. She's just going to provide so much domination in the long run, and you're just seeing a cycle coming in now from the side of EGN, just jumping in and perishing, and that is going to be SK taking the game as it ticks down on the left.
Well played by SK in that first game right there. It looks like EGN did get a little bit out-comped there, just because the Tick was obviously such an issue for them to deal with. We saw Gale jumping in on the right lane, and even though he was able to use get Tick to pop all of his last hurrahs, it just wasn't enough. Those zones were being captured way too fast. Perhaps in a different game mode, that would be a more viable strategy, or if there's just one hot zone, then that can start to work. But when two hot zones are being capped at the same time, and you're trying to run out Tick's last hurrahs before you can actually start capturing anything, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Though, that is something that we are going to see EGN expecting headed into this next game. They're not going to be able to run this comp that they were running. They're going to have to play something with throwers a little bit more similar to what SK was running.
Yeah, I will say the Ruffs is just so good against the Surge on this map. That's why he didn't rotate over to the other side sooner. Just the sandbags being able to pop and just tank every single shot as he comes in, it allows the Ruffs to take him down with such ease. However, it seemed like Skyrix was just being able to handle the Surge on the other side too. Skyrix, a notoriously good Surge, I must say. When he first came out, he was so dominant, it brought SK to the top of the teams in Europe.
Wow, that's an interesting backstory there. Yeah, and we do see it continuing as well. Great Surge play coming out from both teams. Of course, Skyrix coming out on top just because he is super familiar with the Brawler, though Skyrix is actually not going to be playing the Surge this time. We do see EGN coming in. They're trying to play on SK's playing field here, though they did get played a little bit by SK. It looks like now SK is running the Poco double tanks, and it could not be more frustrating when you're playing a control-based comp up against Poco double tanks. Poco double tanks don't care, right? Because you cannot do enough damage to take out Poco double tanks. We're going to have to see some sort of crazy adaptation from EGN to deal with this. We already do see the wall break coming out from Ruffs. Mountaino trying his best to just get this pesky Semantic off of the point. The support from Spirit, and this is actually going to be EGN starting to take back a little bit of control, but I would say it's a few seconds too late at least. That is going to be SK taking set number 1 in a decisive victory. Though, really, what I gotta say propelled them to success here is their just decision-making in choosing compositions. They chose a strong composition to start off with, and then they were able to predict what the enemy was going to run in game number 2, and that's going to send us into set number 2.
I will say EGN are playing right into SK's field now. They've allowed them to just dominate the first game so well, and then SK is so good with the Poco double tank comps that they're able to just come out and dominate regardless of what the opposition's comp was, and it brought them home the win in quite an easy fashion.
Yeah, I gotta say, Semantic on the right lane on Rosa, planting 3 bushes and just saying, this is my home now. I'm staying here. I'm not leaving, and I'm comfy. And you can just like imagine what is going on behind the screens of EGN Esports. Just Rosa is, she's one of the tough ones to deal with. She's very frustrating. She heals that health per second with plant life, and it is just irritating to get her off the point. Likewise, on the left zone, we had Poco with the capo, and then BB with the shield, and of course her healing gadget to top it off. There is just pretty much no way you are going to be able to stand up to a team composition like that with a more control-based composition. So with that, we're actually headed into a GG Mortuary, and keep in mind, guys, we have the Colt ban. So no free wall break for either of these teams, and I mean this is going to be a frustrating one. We are probably going to still see wall break from both teams, but if there's going to be free wall break, it's going to be coming out of the likes of Brock. So perhaps that is what we can expect in this next game, even though Brock is not necessarily one of the strongest picks given his recent nerfs.
Honestly, I'm going to be looking towards the roughs with that field promotion star power, just providing so much health in the back of the map, and I'm just expecting a stalemate across both sides. There's probably some throwers will come in too.
Yeah, we'll have to see. No roughs from either teams, but maybe they should take a page out of your book, Trav. Regardless, though, now getting all over this safe, looking to set up an aggressive position, gonna get taken out by Semantic. Here comes another jump at Spirit, blasting away SK and getting some shots on the safe. Looks like SK, they are a little bit unsure of what they are gonna attempt here. SK now getting aggressive. Jeton now trying to get this last bit of wall break for the defense, though. EGN, they just don't stop. They just keep on coming. Semantic ready for the defense, has that bear trap down and ready. Here comes the first Colette super coming out from Skyrex. That is a lot of damage on the save. Even more damage coming in. Mamno trying to get this defense, though. It looks like now EGN is completely outranged by their enemy. So looks like Brock was the pick here. Unfortunate. Seeing Daryl go down to Jetton. That was a great prediction by Jetton on which way he was going to dodge. Skyrex trying to get that next super off Spirit with a nice super as well, though. It is EGN that is in the lead now.
All it takes is one push, and this might be it for EGN as they've got good control there. Daryl Roll probably going to be coming in now. It does, and this is where he's going to be looking to get some damage. Manages to pick up the kill on the Brock too, and almost leveling out the score as Spirit does stay alive for a decent amount of time there. Just trying to hold off until his teammates do respawn, but the target being placed directly onto Matinho's head, putting him at a huge disadvantage trying to push up against 3 long-range brawlers.
Okay, so it's Matinho. Now I'm going to keep that one in the back of my brain. Here comes Pimentel, not able to get onto that jump pad in time. Loads of damage coming in from SK. This one is definitely going to, well, actually, perhaps not. Here comes Skyrex with that final little heart, and that is going to take SK to match point. And this has been a complete sweep by SK so far, and it does actually look like EGN is getting countered at just every turn and every corner by SK. First, it was game number 1, and they didn't necessarily get countered, but they did have to face up against a strong comp that they were not necessarily equipped for. Game number 2, they did get completely countered and predicted, and now they're faced up against the Brock while they're trying to deal with the comp that they picked that does not focus on wall break. And it is, to say the least, a very tough situation for EGN, especially playing into this momentum that SK has now, where SK is probably going to try and predict what comp EGN is going to bring up next.
Yeah, they're playing directly into SK's game. This is exactly what they do every time they pull out the win. They get in the heads of the opponents, they get the comps, they get the counters, and then they thrive off that and just keep the momentum throughout, and that's really how SK play. And especially with Pedro at the wheel, he is going to be giving them some mentality boosts as well as these analytics that have come in as well.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, this is phenomenal play coming out from both teams. Though SK, they are they are in the lead as far as it comes to comps. I think perhaps the mentality that's coming out from EGN is they're like, man, I think at this point this is what I think that they're thinking. They're going, man, I don't even know what SK is going to run. It's like a 50-50. They're either going to run this strat or they're going to run this strat. When really there is a way to make it not completely random odds, though it is just so tough to appropriately get in your enemy's head, especially when the players are not the only people you're faced up against. You're faced up against their managers and their coaches as well, because something that we know for sure from SK is that they have a phenomenal coaching staff, and they are on the sidelines telling SK what to do and what to pick and making educated decisions. And so the thing is, if you have a 60% chance of victory, if you run the safe comp, then you do still have a decisive victory if you just run the stuff that statistically works, even if you do lose some games here and there. It's just part of the process. Though SK, they have not dropped a single game yet, so we'll perhaps see another win coming out from SK. Though EGN, they might be on the comeback now.
Yeah, it seems like EGN are always looking to flip the coin, whereas SK have always got good control of the outcome. They are going to be slotting in on this tick, spike, and Daryl comp now. The spike, obviously, to predict that tank comp, but it kind of appears that EGN have decided to just copy the comp that SK went last game.
Yeah, this is interesting. We've seen this before, just the old copycat, right? The mirror match, I guess it never hurts, though this is not a mirror match, not even close to a mirror match, not even a duplicate of one brawler on the field. SK, they're bringing out, looks like something a bit more similar to what EGN was trying to run. They have Skyrix on this Daryl. So their idea is they want to get right in on the safe. Skyrix rolling in, going down to Spirit there. Jaton getting very aggressive with the tick. Usually you don't get this aggressive on tick, though. SK Gaming, they're not your average team, to say the least. Jet now getting all over this save, dealing a little bit of damage at a time. Skyrix getting very aggressive, throwing it down that gadget to try and get Moutinho out of the way. Moutinho, though, hanging in there. Semantic actually has that fertilize ready to keep himself up. Man, he's taken lots of damage. Unfortunate for Semantic. This could be the first super coming from EGN. That is the Colette super. Pimentel able to get that kill on Skyrix, and now waiting for this next opportunity to super.
Yeah, EGN are just absolutely dominant in this game. SK kind of always been on the back foot throughout, especially in the second half of what we've seen. And Moutinho just being able to pick up so many kills on that side, but now a breakaway, and that is a Daryl on safe. Not what they want to happen at all. But it looks like Brock's going to be the only one going back to try and prevent that, as EGN keeping two people on the offensive.
Yeah, this is crazy. Brock not able to get that defense against Skyrix, and that is unfortunate for EGN. That is a huge chunk of their save taken out when they were just starting to look like they were in the lead. Now we see Semantic almost go down to a couple of brawlers, the Colette and the Brock. Moutinho trying to get this defense, but he's in a close range situation. Skyrix now equipped with this super to roll in on the save, actually goes for the kill on Pimentel instead, not able to secure that kill. Pimentel now going to try and get here with the 13%. He's ready, he's prepared. The shield is going to help him survive long enough to hit that save, though that's not enough damage on the save. SK Gaming is going to be taking this win in set number 2 in a complete dominating sweep.
SK seem to be in control of everything that is happening in this game, and they bring it out so well in such a dominant fashion, bringing home the four wins, 0 losses in that one. And that's just what you expect for SK against these obviously not lesser known teams, but like the least prominent teams in the top tier. They always seem to be able to have such good control, such good composure. And a lot of these lesser-known teams can throw you off, as you don't have those kind of analytics that they do on the more well-known teams.
That is true, though. That trick, it's only up your sleeve for a moment. It does look like, even just following the first game, SK started to read them like a book. I mean, the ability to just know what sort of comp they were going to run and counter it perfectly. We saw it in set number 1, and I mean, in set number 2, we didn't see so much of that, though we did see SK come out with the win there. I'm curious about why exactly SK picked Spike and Daryl and Tick. I mean, they're not necessarily bad brawlers on this map, but they're not the go-tos usually, especially when there are still brawlers that weren't banned that were available for them to play. Their comp that they ran the first time, I mean, it was pretty good, and then we see it get copied by EGN, and then SK says, no, we're gonna run something completely different. It's a bizarre situation, but they handled it very well.
Yeah, I will say that I don't even think that that SK had such a dominant matchup in that last game, but they still managed to rein it in, just as simple as the previous games beforehand. Obviously, being such a good comp from the other side that SK just used, so they just copied the comp, but it just they're not quite SK. That's always the thing when teams try and copy comps. You've got to be able to back it up with the skill and not just the comp.
Yeah, that, and of course, that these teams have been playing the comp in scrims, right? They have been preparing with this stuff off camera, perhaps where they cannot be researched. I wonder actually how these top tier teams manage to hide their comps from enemies, just because I know that some of these players, they we're playing in a smaller tournament earlier, just like a few hours before the big one, so we're not going to reveal any of our comps for the big one, so they just play something off meta and maybe they get second place, but it's worth coming first because their comps aren't predicted. Though here, take a look at the bracket powered by G Fuel. Take a look at our bracket so far. SK Gaming and Reply Totem are going to be facing up against each other in the quarterfinals. On the opposite side of the bracket, our next set of quarterfinals, AC Milan Clash versus Mindless Riders, then Oka Gaming versus Blood Diamond EU. Some very well recognized teams coming up and some newcomers to the top tiers of EU. Love to see these games coming up, some banger matches coming up, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I agree. We've seen the SK versus Totem as well. I think that is going to be an absolutely amazing game. Really, both teams on top of their games. Saw in some previous tournaments that Totem are performing really well recently. Not quite getting the results that they want to, but SK, as we've just seen, such a dominant force throughout any tournament they play in. I think that'll be a very exciting game. And then as the bracket starts to collapse, the semis are going to be even more interesting than that.
Hard agree, and this is not the last you have seen of SK. Of course, they are coming up soon, but also coming up soon is our next match. After a quick break, we're going to be taking a 5-minute break just to, give you guys a rest because, frankly, these matches are just exhilarating. So we will see you guys in 5 minutes. So see you then. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters Spring 2021. We already got a couple of matches out of the way, and now we are going to be moving on to one of the main events. Trav, we have some fantastic teams coming up in our subsequent matches. I mean, we got the chance to look at our bracket right before we went to break, though we'll probably get the chance to look at it again. It's going to be I believe our next match is going to be AC Milan Clash versus Mindless Riders. Trev, are you familiar with Mindless Riders?
It's not a team I'm too familiar with at the moment. I am looking at their roster sheet right now, though. Not too familiar with any of the players at all. But as you can see on the screen now, the EU Open Qualifier 1 bracket, powered by G Fuel, again coming up, and we have SK versus Totem. Just a bit of a reminder. Still waiting on the other teams to reach the semis, but we're going to be spectating that game versus Clash and Mindless Riders right now. So really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, Mindless Riders, hopefully they're not mindless, actually, because they are going to need to bring their A game versus AC Milan Clash. Just one of the most dominating teams in EU, if not the most dominating. Of course, that's up for debate, and we might see some evidence to prove either side coming up very soon as we head into the later stages of this tournament. Though, at least Mindless Riders, they have the advantage going into this next match that AC Milan Clash, they do not have really probably any info on Mindless Riders. That, and this is a very different sort of draft game mode than we usually have. And we do have the mode bans coming in. It's going to be Bounty, Siege, and Hot Zone being banned. And then the order of the maps is going to be Hard Rock Mine, GG Mortuary, and Sneaky Fields. So pretty similar to what we saw previously. We also have the Brawler bans coming in. And Trav, they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, I mean, that Stew's always one to look for, as well as the Poco, just being able to provide so many heals to the tanks. There is also a really viable comp in this meta, the Poco double tank comp, but Bell obviously being probably the best brawler in the game at this point, yet again going to be banned. And still waiting on this last ban here, but we are going to be seeing a different rotation of maps, I'll say. But Nanny coming in, bit of a weird one to see, I'd say at least, considering the maps really don't favor it too much, I don't think.
Yeah, this is an interesting one here. I mean, if I had to say anything, I would say perhaps Nanny on GG Mortuary. We've seen a bunch in NA, some sort of Nanny, and we just pilot Nanny onto that safe, and then we just play for control for the rest of the game. The thing is, when you have Colt in play and you're just able to break open the walls on GG Mortuary, it kind of becomes Kaboom Canyon, right? It's you're just fighting over mid the entire time, right? And that's all the game is just a stalemate there at mid. And you know, Nanny can kind of break that up just by piloting people onto the safe or just teleporting over to the safe. So that might be why we see the Nanny coming out. It's like the counter to the sort of cheese comp that AC Milan Clash, they don't want to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so, but you know, looking towards the bans, we are going to be having that Gene, Max, and Sandy comp open for the first time in these qualifiers now. And it's definitely going to be a really good comp on both Sneaky Fields and Hard Rock Mine if it goes that far.
Absolutely. GG Mortuary, you know, still, though, not one of those cases. Though, I mean, Sneaky Fields, Hard Rock Mine, right? Probably going to see those come out. And, I mean, AC Milan Clash, when they have Gene, Max, and Sandy available, you already know what they're going to run. And the thing is, even just knowing that your enemy is going to run that is not really enough, because we haven't really discovered a counter to that strategy besides straight up banning one of the brawlers.
Yeah, I mean, it always seems like with a certain set of bans, the comp comes out 9 times out of 10, no matter what the map, to be honest. And it always seems to be a recurring thing, especially on maps like Sneaky Fields, that comp comes out. But honestly, with 8-bit being open on Hard Rock Mine, it could maybe differ a little bit, just because we saw that 8-bit come in so prominently, and also the Byron's in play too, so the heals coming from that turret can just be so influential.
Yep. As soon as I heard you say 8-bit, I was like, Byron, like he's in play. You have the 8-bit available, and so Byron's gonna be there, like, you know, sending him some snake oil extract. That's all Byron does is heal 8-bit, and 8-bit is just like, okay, I'm a tank now, right? I'm imagining the 8-bit, the roughs, and the Byron coming out already. It can be pretty toxic, right? The more you can power up your 8-bit with a field promotion or something like that, the better. That would actually leave the lanes open. So okay, maybe Reddy's not the greatest comp chooser ever. We are getting a little bit of word that those connection issues that we were having earlier, of course, you know, we don't have control over them. It just happens sometimes. Mindless, unfortunately, having some issues connecting. Right, I predict this is going to be a bit of an issue that plagues us today. Hopefully, it's just a thing for today. I know that a lot of our players and just fans watching have had connection issues themselves. Make some noise in chat if you have been stuck at 92%. I, fortunately, have not been stuck at 92%, but I know a lot of people have. So put some 92% in the chat if you've been having that issue, and show some support for the boys. Mindless, just because they're struggling to get in the game right now.
Yeah, it always seems to be a recurring thing, having these connection issues when big tournaments are on. But yeah, I mean, it's not really able to be helped, and you know, it always results back in the same thing of just having to wait.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever experienced this, Trev, but well, actually, no. See, the thing is, you know, if you're watching and you don't know who Trev is, then you live under a rock. Okay, I mean, have you ever had a maintenance break in the middle of a tournament that you're playing?
Well, I mean, last year I did have like literally about 4 consecutive games that were interrupted by maintenance breaks. Really not too fun to be playing in that kind of circumstances.
Yeah, one time I was casting a tournament, and then a maintenance break happens smack dab in the middle of it, and it was just like, well, I guess we're not playing the tournament for an hour. You know, so it wasn't even an intermission. The thing is, like, what do you do during that time? It's not like I'm gonna stream Brawl Stars. I mean, it's not even possible. So only once in my life, and this was that occasion, did I realize, like, man, I really do play this game a lot, because my go-to after this game goes down is, well, I guess I'll just play Brawl Stars instead. I'll play Brawl Stars instead of playing Brawl Stars. Yeah, I don't know if that exactly works right there. You know, maybe y'all have experienced the same sort of mindset. It goes to show you, like, okay, so part of my life does kind of revolve around this game. I think if you play at a high level or you just play a bunch, you've definitely experienced that too.
Yeah, I mean, you come to the realization that it's literally all you do, apart from, you know, going to school or, you know, having some physical activity in your life. You come to the realization that it is a large dominating part of your life, whether you're a caster or, you know, a player as well.
Yeah, and see, I think the biggest hazard with Brawl Stars, you can call it a blessing and a curse, is that it's on my phone, so it can go with me wherever I go. So I'll be like, you know, I'm going to take a walk. And then I go and, you know, sit in the courtyard in front of, like, the center of my university. I'm like, you know, this is a nice view. I sit down on a bench and I'm like, this would be a good place to play Brawl. And so I sit there, and for about an hour straight, I'm just, like, playing with randoms on Brawl as Cole and Loki, raging a little bit, but I'm in public, so I can't actually vocalize it. And that was... I think I was relaxed by, like, a cool breeze coming in every now and then. So I would recommend playing Brawl outside, especially if you're, like, on a university campus that has good Wi-Fi. No matter where you go, doesn't matter if you're in the middle of the field, you still have a good Wi-Fi somehow. But that is the thing. It comes with me wherever I go. It never you can never truly escape.
Yeah, well, there you go. You heard it here first from Reddy. If you're ever raging at a game of Brawl Stars, go for a walk, go sit outside, and have some nice breeze over your body.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to relax. Just don't sit in the grass for too long, or you might get, like, bug bites or something like that. I've been there, done that. It is not a pleasant feeling, and it's just, I wouldn't say it's worth the trade-off of, you know, sitting in the grass as opposed to like sitting in a chair like mine or Trav's. We both have like the same shaped sort of like PC gaming chair. But you know, sitting in the grass is great every now and then, but I'm not gonna get bug bites sitting in my sort of chair, right? It's the trade-off, right?
Yeah.
It is the trade-off.
You got to be comfortable when playing Brawl, otherwise, you know, unenjoyable experience.
Yeah. Well, it actually looks like our connection issues have increased exponentially, if you will. We're gonna have actually a short break while we once again wait for this storm to go over. The storm, of course, is just a disrupted signal between one of our teams and the servers. So we will be back very shortly once those server issues are sorted out. But don't leave. Just stay tuned, and we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters Spring 2021, and we have a bit of news, unfortunately, in this match of AC Milan Clash versus Mindless. One of the team members from Mindless was not able to show up, just was not able to be contacted, which is definitely unfortunate, though that will send AC Milan Clash to the semi-finals, where they will be now able to grab some cash, some of that prizing. Isn't that right, Trev?
It is, yeah. And on the other hand of things, we are going to be seeing another Clash of Titans coming into the game versus Tribe and EXO free agents, two of the top teams in Europe at the moment, and it promises to be an absolutely amazing match.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super pumped for this next game. We'll be getting into it in just a moment. Of course, Tribe Gaming EU versus EXO. We saw, I believe, these teams go up against each other in the monthly finals, though I could be wrong. I need Trav to correct me on some of these things because he's more in tune with things.
Yeah, I believe in the April monthly finals, they faced each other in the quarterfinals. And then last month, I think EXO didn't sign up, so unfortunately they weren't able to face.
Yeah, well, that really stinks. Though, finally, we do get to see the rematch between these two teams, if only at 2 months late. Tribe Gaming EU, of course, you know it. These are the tea drinkers, and they recently re-signed with Tribe. Some former world champions in the mix here. Some great players on both sides, though. EXO also a strong team. We'll get to have a taste of what sort of comps and what sort of strategies these two teams are going to run when we head into the bans. Of course, you know it, the draft mode. Ban maps, ban modes, and choose the ordering of the maps in the set, as well as ABBA style bans. It's not blind bans. It's not like the BSC format. You have the ABBA bans where you're always going to have 4 brawlers banned. And we do have the mode bans coming in, Trav.
Yeah, you're looking at Siege and Bounty being banned by Tribe there. Hot Zone clearly by EXO. Obviously moving on into the mode and map picks now. We're going to be heading over to EXO as their first pick should be coming in momentarily.
Yep, and this is the way it works. You have the home team, of course, in this case, that is Tribe Gaming EU, ban 2 modes, and then our enemy team, EXO Free Agents, is going to be banning the final mode, and they get to choose the first map. So then it's left up to the home team to choose the second map, and then, of course, the third mode, the remaining mode, is going to be the last set, and then ABBA-style bans. So they are taking their time, though. I mean, this is going to be a pretty heated match, so, you know, I can't really blame them. The stakes are very high, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see what these teams got up their sleeves.
Yeah, obviously these guys are going to be taking this game so seriously. Obviously really good friends with each other too, so it's going to be huge bragging rights involved inside this game. And obviously having to take this amount of time to be able to pick so specifically, knowing what to play and when in terms of these modes. So yeah, definitely it's really tense game upcoming, and I'm really excited to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, another thing is, like, when you have these people who know each other pretty well, they know what the enemy is going to run more often than not. So some of these bans could be pretty personal. Some of them could be jokes, though I don't think really any jokes are going to be coming out here because there's money to be won. And as you said, bragging rights, right, amongst your friends, especially on a stage like this here at Brawl Masters Spring 2021. It's super exciting. And here come the maps, finally. We have EXO Free Agents now choosing Hard Rock Mine as their first map. Then it gets handed back over to Tribe Gaming EU. They're choosing GG Mortuary. And then finally, Sneaky Fields. So that is the ordering here. And we've seen this exact ordering. It looks like 2 matches in a row. So this is an interesting repeat to have. Of course, we are waiting on the bans still. The Stu coming in. Of course, very strong ban, as you say, Trav, just because he's such a powerful brawler.
Yeah, it's just so strong on literally every single one of these maps. Like, no matter what the map is, Stu's always going to be viable. 2 bans now coming in on the side of EXO. They're going to be banning that Poco and the Bell. Obviously, the Poco just to prevent Tribe from playing these Poco double tank comps, which is so prominent in nowadays meta, as well as the Bell. Obviously, being able to bounce those shots between clumped up teammates, and it's just such a vital part of the meta at the moment.
Yeah, and then we also have the Sandy ban coming out. So No Sandy anymore. Goodbye, Sandy. Yeah, time to take a short rest. Something that is interesting is when we had the Gene Sandy Max available, uh, didn't neither team ran it, right? It was more of just like, some 8-bit and some Rosa here and there. And so now that we have the Sandy banned out, we're not going to be able to see the Max Sandy Gene comp from either team. We could probably still see the Max and Gene coming out, though maybe not exactly in these modes. I think the absence of Sandy is what really kills it for Hard Rock Mine, as well as Sneaky Fields. So we're going to see more of the Byron 8-bit is my prediction, though. Trav, care to share some light on that?
No, I agree with you. I think the Byron 8-bit's just such a prominent comp here. And possibly the Roughs could be coming in too, but I will say that Sandy is 100% a targeted ban towards YDE. One of, if not the best Sandy in Europe at the moment. So he's always been so dominant on that brawler, and that's obviously why they're going to be banning it against a team as notorious as EXO.
Well, that's interesting. And yeah, I mean, we were just talking about this beforehand, is these teams, they are players that know each other well. So targeted bans are no, strange occurrence. We got to ban out the things that our enemy is good at, not just what's generally good. Just because, right, when you're banning out the brawlers that you don't want to face against in the comps that you kind of have stored in your mind, the brawlers that do throw those off just, a little bit or a lot. But you're also playing against your enemy. You're also playing against the opposing players, and you got to keep in mind, what sort of brawlers they want to pick and what brawlers they are going to be able to do well on. And oftentimes, depending on the level at which you know your enemy, picking a ban that is a brawler that they play a bunch can be a very advantageous strategic decision.
Yeah, I mean, banning a brawler like Sandy, it's not just that. It kind of takes out the competition, the Max and the Gene too, as you can indirectly ban brawlers just by taking out what they synergize so well with, and what kind of carries that comp to being such a prominent force, especially on these maps. The Sandy is going to be so good on Hard Rock Mine.
Yep, and we're going to be getting into this first game of Hard Rock Mine. Take a look at our Brawlers tribe coming out with Spin on the 8-bit, Tom on the Rosa, and Casey on the Mort. Casey snagging a quick kill, actually, onto Madison. Definitely an unexpected one, given that 8-bit is such a tanky brawler. Tom getting very aggressive, trying to take out Yoshi, getting that kill, and now Madison able to toss down this turret and get the speed. I think the biggest threat here for YDE is the Mortis coming out from Tribe Gaming EU. Though another large hazard is Tom getting behind EXO free agents and dealing loads of damage and getting a crazy good pinch. We do see the teleport actually coming out from Madison. Though Tribe Gaming EU, they are definitely locking down control over mid here.
Yeah, Tom in a bit of a precarious position now as they all start to pinch over on him, but he's still got some good pressure on the Sprout here. Managed to pick up his super again, and he's been here the whole game. Casey swoops in and takes out YD without, takes out Curse without being able to use that cheat cartridge, and that's going to be this countdown started for Tribe. Just a note here, all of them are going to have to survive due to the fact that they've got the gems spread out across, but now Casey going in swooping up that gem is going to allow Tom to play aggressive and keep them off the defensive line.
Yep, this is a fantastic play there from Casey. Casey just like trying to stay away from YDE and Madison. Great plays there from Tribe Gaming. Looks like their strategy of having a very aggro Rosa and a very aggro Mort was able to propel them to victory, at least in this first game. The targeted bans and the targeted picks coming out from Tribe, definitely hazardous for EXO free agents, but I think EXO free agents, now they have a taste of what Tribe is really trying here. They're not just going to throw in the Sandy to throw off their enemy. They are using targeted comps because they have a pretty solid idea of what EXO is going to run.
Yeah, I mean, we see that such a good comp from Tribe there against the double thrower comp that EXO ran. Just having two aggressive brawlers really doesn't allow them to push off that back line, especially with Tom's absolutely phenomenal positioning in that back bush. Unfriendly bush is going to be such a prominent force as they just can't back up into those bushes, otherwise they're just going to be getting slowed and taken out by the aggressive brawlers such as the Mortis.
Yeah, the Mortis, I gotta say, that was very surprising to see Mort getting so aggressive. Casey, of course, on the True Gold Mort, no less, getting the kill on 8-bit right at the beginning of the game, and that is one of the last brawlers you really expect to kill as Mort, just because 8-bit has such high damage output and is pretty tanky. let's be fair. So good plays there and good synergy actually from Tribe Gaming EU. EXO, they're going to have to come back with something to account for what Tribe is running. It's not really rock, paper, scissors here. It's not all up to chance. We're going to be getting into this next game. It's game number 2 in set number 1. Tribe leading by 1 game in the same strat coming out from Tribe. They are playing against a completely new strategy. Madison now on the Gene on lane. Yoshi on the 8-bit going for mid this time. Less so of right lane. We're going to see Tribe Gaming already pick up 1 kill onto YDE, who is running Colonel Ruffs. And here's going to be the field promotion starting off, but it's not going to work out so well. Tom able to secure 1 kill here as Spin tries to set up this turret on the back line.
Yeah, Tom coming in with the plays. I must say his position has been absolutely phenomenal both games, and it comes in now, and he takes out 1 of them. Yoshi using that cheat card to return to his turret, allowing him to stay up there, but it's just allowed Spen to buy enough time to walk up into the mid and pick up those gems that were just laying down, waiting to be taken.
Yeah, this is actually great play by Yoshi on the defense, though the other thing is Rosa. Of course, we have Tom on the Rosa, just feeding him 1 turret after the other, and it doesn't even look like he's going to struggle to get the next one up. Here it comes any moment now. Yoshi might actually look for more aggressive positioning on this next turret. Here it comes on the left side. Here comes the pinch. Madison and Yoshi trying to take out Tom. Actually, Tom is going to escape with this one. The sandbags are the only defense that EXO has at this point between themselves and Tribe. A nice pull and a great pull onto Tom to take him out. Casey and Spin now opting to go onto the right lane and stick more to the right side of the map as they try and push back EXO just so they can grab a gem. Another gem going to EXO free agents. The flank is not enough from KC to slow down EXO. Looks like EXO will actually be retreating here. Casey getting pulled from all the way across the map. Yoshi with 14 gems, and this game is in the books. That is going to bring us to a tie in set number 1.
Yeah, I must say I really do like the Gene pick from Curse there. He's got that lamp blowout gadget that's just going to allow him to push Mortis or Rosa off the top of him and his teammates. And I must say, alongside the Ruffs, he just can't push as well as you'd like to, just because you're going to be feeding that supply drop, and that's going to give such a buff to his teammates that you really just can't come back from with these tanky comps.
Yeah. Is it a mistake that I'm calling it Cursed Madison? I don't know. I mean, I feel like if he changes his name to Madison, then I'm just reading words off a screen, man. That's what I do. That's my job, is I read words off the screen. But I mean, yeah, of course, our match of Tribe Gaming versus EXO is super exhilarating. We're gonna see some accounts, just some sort of switch ups from both teams, accounting for what their enemy is running in this next game. But first, an anecdote. I was calling Cursed Madison for the entire 2 first games, and in NA, right, I've done that as well, just for like other tournaments where someone changes their name and then I just start calling them by the name that they have on the screen. So like Crying Man, I start calling him Batman because he changed his name to Batman for a week for whatever reason. But I'm like, dang, this new guy on IX is popping off. Batman is going crazy. And yeah, I felt kind of dumb after that.
Yeah, I must say it's a common appearance for me as well. I was doing it when I was casting the other day to the exact same person I was calling Cursed Madison. But yeah, looking towards this next game of Gem Grab, we've seen Tribe sticking with their comp very heavily going into that second game, and it really didn't play off for them as EXO really expected that double bluff to come in from those guys, and really brought out a really nice counter to it.
Yeah, phenomenal counter. We'll have to see that in the next game. We do have the Poco out of play, so that's not going to be like as, chancy. Or is the enemy going to run the Poco double tanks, right? Completely out of the question. Though we do still have some counters possible. Here comes the Max and the Gene. It is 2 of the 3 members of the most powerful comp in the game right now. They have Tom switching now onto the 8-bit. So an adaptation from Tribe Gaming. EXO free agents, they're bringing out the same comp as last time, and it seems to be falling apart under the pressure of KC on this Max. Tribe, they are able to secure this mid for now, at least, as they're laying down so much control in all directions. EXO, they're trying to flank over towards the left, but Tribe Gaming just moves over to the right. It becomes a war of right versus left now. as EXO, Free Agents, and Tribe Gaming are finishing up this battle over mid, or perhaps not finishing it up. EXO Free Agents now threatening to push in. A great kill there from Cursed. Spin having to fall back. Same with Tom. Though it's pretty uncertain who exactly has control here.
Yeah, I must say, I do like the position of EXO a lot here. Got that built up, and they've got Cursed on the gems, which is going to allow Yoshi to go a bit more aggressive, to try and take the risk to use that cheat cartridge to pick them up if they are laying in mid. Must say, Cursed positioning up here, he's getting tapped up quite a bit, and if Casey can get this speed, then it's going to be really dominant with this gene pool coming in now.
Yep, here comes the speed, but unfortunately we saw Max go down directly afterwards. Cursed once again, ready with the pull. The pull from a Tribe to take out the turret and a lot of the obstacles that EXO is using for protection. A great pull onto KC, and Cursed is going to be able to stop that countdown from happening. Tribe, though, they're still at mid. They're just waiting for this next gem to spawn. If it spawns on their side, then they are in luck. It does not spawn on their side, and that is a bit unlucky, though. They would have had to be very lucky for it to spawn directly on top of them. The gem counts are almost equalized. Casey able to snag this gem. He's not getting pulled this time, though he does get taken down. Spin with a great pull. Tom nearly going down. YDE picking up loads of gems, and Spin gets the kill as well. Or rather, Casey able to finish off YDE. Now, EXO, they just have to push in and pinch an enemy, but it has to be Casey, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get Casey without a pull. Cursed not ready to get this pull, a pull on the Spin, but it's not enough. That is going to be this set going to Tribe Gaming EU.
Amazing plays from Tribe there, being able to turn it around a few times. EXO were looking in a really good position to be able to pick up those gems there, but YD just went down as he saw a glimpse of them. That pull from Spen onto Cursed, obviously a really nice play too. Bringing the gems close to him, but it seemed like all of the players just got wiped out at that point, and it was kind of who could really push up to the map and get the gems first and be able to come out with them.
Yeah, and it was a very tough situation for YDE because he needed to pick up all those gems that they were available, but they sort of weren't available because the enemies were respawning. They had the shields. He wasn't going to be able to kill them, and he was on pretty much 2 shots away from dying. So it's an unfortunate position for YDE. Perhaps if he had backed up and allowed the enemy to pick up the gems, then we could have seen a 3v3 at the end of the game instead of a 2v3. But that battle was pretty much over when Cursed was not able to get that pull onto Max, unfortunately. Of course, she's hiding in the bush, right? What are you going to do about it? It's frustrating to try and hunt down the gem carrier who's carrying literally 11 gems and is your win condition if you can get a hold of them. Though that is actually going to send us into set number 2, which is GG Mortuary.
Yeah, GG Mortuary going to be coming up next. Obviously, Colt is going to be in play this time, so that's going to be opening up a lot more possibilities of things like the Piper, as well as the Nanny or something like that as well. More long-range meta coming in as we go in now.
Yep, and headed into our next set, take a look at our brawlers. We have the Colt coming out from both teams. A bit of a different wall break position for the Colts right off the bat. Looks like they are both going on the left lane. Actually, never mind. It's just the order in which they do it. All these walls being broken down. Looks like EXO is actually getting the leg up right off the bat. We do see that first bit of damage from Colt coming out. A great pinch there from Tribe. And EXO Free Agents, though, they're getting loads of damage on this safe already. Now getting down to the 70% mark. And it's looking actually pretty clean for EXO so far.
Yeah, YD being left on the safe now. They know they can do more damage if they do leave him, but in a bit of a precarious position as they start falling on the upper side of the map, and Yoshi stays alive for a long amount of time, stalling that until they can get more of the defense respawned. YD looks like he's heading back there. Gets the slowing toxin off in time, but the homemade recipe comes in from Span as they break the mid.
Yep, Spin able to get this wall break, though not going to be able to defend against Yoshi. Here comes the speed onto Colt, and loads of damage coming in on this safe now. Tribe in a tough situation with just 33% left on their safe, though they are going to be able to make this push up now towards XO's safe. Is it going to pay off, though? Here comes Crow once again to deal a bunch of damage and really just try and get this mid control back. That's the thing that Crow is good at, is getting control just because of his ability to poison targets and do damage over time. The 13% coming in from Tribe Gaming. Casey now able to get this damage on the safe. It's a base race, but who is going to win? Looks like Tribe Gaming actually had the upper hand towards the end of this game, and that is going to bring us to match point.
Yeah, really good comeback from Tribe there, I must say. It did look like they were heavily on the upper hand in the first half of that game, but in the end they managed to bring it back as they're just strategically leaving brawlers who don't have the DPS to match theirs on offense, and it just allowed them to get a little bit of a lead, especially when leaving the Colt towards the end. They knew 3 brawlers were going to do more than 1, and that's what brought home the win.
Yep, and now they're at match point, and EXO, they really have to shape up against Tribe because they could have this whole match over in just 4 games if they let this one slip. The thing is, actually, EXO had a really strong performance in the last game. They just kind of lost their grip for a few seconds, and then it was, you know, all over for EXO. Though, in this next game, right, if they perhaps bring more of a similar strategy to what Tribe is running, or just play a little bit differently, not getting too aggressive, I think really what ended that game there was the max speed onto Colt, and then Colt got very aggressive, got some damage, but ended up dying and just was not present for the defense. I think perhaps if we change that up in the next game, then EXO can actually win this game and perhaps bring us to set number 3.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Crow, to be fair, but it just seemed like the Piper was so dominant at the range. You see insane comp coming yet again from both teams, obviously sticking to their guns, both very confident in their picks and their, obviously, skill to be able to bring home this win now, as Spen gets a nice tap off Yoshi at the start. Does waste that homemade recipe, though, I must say. Casey going to be looking for a break off the mid to start with as he gets a nice pinch on Cursed with Spen here.
Yeah, interesting to see the Piper lane here, actually. Usually you do see a Piper mid, and that's just in any game mode. Though it seems to be working out so far, because Casey is going to be in position to start doing loads of damage to the safe and punch a hole through. There comes the hole. That is a silver bullet coming through. Spin breaking up even more walls. Unfortunately, they didn't break open all of them. Perhaps they do want to leave a few walls just for themselves. Whatever the strategy is, it seems to be working so far. 24% onto EXO's safe. And now Tribe Gaming is going to be on defense. We see loads of damage coming in from Yoshi. And Tribe Gaming, once again, are going to be pushing up. They're getting control of mid, taking out some enemies, and headed over to this safe. Casey has that super ready to go whenever. Here comes the super. Doesn't go for the safe, though. Instead, goes for the enemy Colt, which is an interesting strategy. Care to shed any light on that?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure about that, but regardless, Tom is absolutely reining it in on the safe, and they do manage to take this game by storm here. Very dominant last game, I must say, and Tom playing that absolutely amazingly on the Colette. I think he cycled about 3 supers at the end, which brought home the win for Tribe in what I would like to say is a bit more of a dominant game than we expected.
Yeah, absolutely true. I expected to see a much more even match here, but the thing is, in a best of 3, it can end in just 4 games. If you start to lose your grip, then you're pretty much done, especially against teams that have so much momentum, namely Tribe Gaming. So phenomenal play from both teams. I was a little bit more focused on the Colt than the Colette, which might be a mistake on my end. I was, yep, Trav agrees. Colette is just going ham on the safe, and I'm like, huh, I wonder why Colt is supering this guy with a shield.
Yeah, it's always good to question some of the plays that they do, though. Yeah, but Tom, obviously, if you didn't see, absolutely destroying the safe, as well as, I think he might have got double kill in there, allowing him to pick up his super, like, literally 3 times in a row, and they do, like, 12 or 13% every time he dashes in, so that just brings the safe down so fast, and as well as the Colt and the Piper going ham on the safe, too, it's inevitable that we're going to be able to bring home that win.
Well, GG for that. Maybe this was a wrong time to say that, actually. But Tribe Gaming taking it down. EXO free agents here, and that is going to be them moving on to the semifinals. So now we're all set with the semifinals. Just 3 matches remain for today, and I mean, we're going to have our winner very soon. That team taking home the sweet $1,000 prize, all the bread. You love to see it, taking home the glory as well. So I think our our next match is going to be coming up very shortly. We'll get a chance to take a look at the bracket as well. Our semifinals matches are going to be getting underway very shortly.
Yeah, if we do get a chance to take a look at the bracket, we'll see what's probably going to be coming up next. So, I mean, we've seen Tribe excel through that quarterfinal, and I think they're going to be facing it's either SK or Totem on the other side. It's SK Gaming versus Tribe, and Blood Diamond versus Clash on the other side. Obviously, this bracket powered by G Fuel. So, yeah, two very, very exceptional games, I will say, here in 4 of the biggest powerhouse teams in Europe.
Yeah, some phenomenal teams coming up. Of course, AC Milan, Clash, Blood Diamond coming up very soon. SK versus Tribe Gaming, as we love to say, a clash of titans coming up for the semifinals. And that's not even it for the day. After that, we have our next game coming up. That's going to be the grand finals. And the thing is, there are points to be won for the playoffs, which are going to be happening on day 5 of Brawl Masters EU here in spring 2021. So make sure you're around for that. It's of course the same time every week, same time, same place, every single week on Thursday. So make sure you come back around though. This time, I mean, it's a tough decision to try and predict who is going to be taking home most of the points this time, but I think it's pretty clear who is making it to the playoffs just by the looks of things so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these top 4 teams who have made it to the playoffs now all securing that sweet, sweet bag. And now we're going to be watching Clash versus Blood Diamond in this first semi-final round. Should be a very, very good game to kick off these semi-finals.
Absolutely. And Blood Diamond, of course, they have a very strong performance. AC Milan Clash, though, they are just sort of the dominant force here. As far as rankings go, that's up for debate. I know we have a lot more Clash fans. Well, actually, maybe I just think we have more Clash fans because Blood Diamond, I believe their main team is actually in Russia. So we have a lot of Russian fans watching and rooting for Blood Diamond. So everyone's make some noise for your favorite teams. Of course, it is getting to very high stakes situations now. So I'm pretty sure they could use your energy. We also have the bans coming out. Trav, we have the bans coming out from AC Milan Clash. They're banning Siege and Bounty to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's always... I kind of like to see these modes that are kind of based on the pushes from the Siege bots, which kind of define it, as well as a map like Canal Grande, which I know is heavily disliked by the community, being banned. GG Mortuary is also going to be banned now, and you're going to be seeing Hard Rock Mine, Sneaky Fields, and Split being in play.
Yeah, I mean, about Canal Grande, the thing is, like, we haven't seen even a single game of Canal Grande today. It's just such a frustrating map because the thing is, you don't exactly know what your enemy's going to play, and it really does feel like you're rolling the dice when you play Canal Grande. The other thing is, even in a mirror match, it can just be so frustrating. It's just going to be some sort of variant of Rosa and Sprout and Tick, and it does get quite tiring. Though we have the bans coming out from our teams as well. We have Blood Diamond EU banning Stu and Poco, AC Milan Clash banning Jesse, and deciding on their next ban. They're gonna have to choose this one wisely. Of course, they're also gonna have to know their enemy. Gotta say, the Poco ban coming out is going to prevent some of our frustrating Poco double tank strategies. The Stu ban is pretty much a given, though AC Milan Clash, they are going to ban the Bell, but their first ban was the Jesse, and I'm not exactly sure why that is their first ban.
Well, maybe I can give you a bit of insight on that. To be honest, it's usually a very common ban for Clash to use when they have 2 bans. I think the main fact is they really like to play these Poco double tank comps, as we've seen in a vast array of competitions throughout this year and last year. But yeah, Blood Diamond, you see they do predict that and pick up that Poco ban to kind of veer it back in their favor as they head into this game in probably what seems to be a bit of a favorable matchup in Clash's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree here. And the other thing is, I think perhaps since these are ABBA bans, you can ban a brawler that you don't want in the game, but isn't necessarily, one of the most powerful brawlers in the meta, right? Not one of, for instance, the top 4 brawlers that are just going to get banned by your enemy if you don't ban them yourself. So it's perhaps also a good way to get in a ban that you want, right? Without permitting your enemy to have the chance to ban some auxiliary brawler that isn't just one of the most dominant forces in the meta. And we're going to be getting into our first game here on Hard Rock Mine. Our brawler is coming out. It is, of course, the Gene Max Sandy coming out from AC Milan Clash. Blood Diamond bringing the exact same comp to the table. This is what we're looking at this level of play. It's the mirror matchup between the most powerful comp in the game.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this comp all night, ready, and I'm so excited to see it here now, finally coming together in one of the final games of the night. Chaos going to be picking up that super, as well as Trevor putting a nice Sandstorm down, able to just kind of bring this control back into Clash's favor. But as the speeds pop now, they're going to have to retreat as the Sandstorm starts to tickle to an end.
Yep, iChaos ready with this pull. A great pull by iChaos to take out Javi, and that is going to be some more control headed over to the side of AC Milan Clash. Really, they just need to be able to get on mid here. But so far, it is very evenly matched. Blood Diamond going to throw down this super. A great pull there from Rafa. Lenane just waiting for this next super. Going to throw it onto iChaos. We need to see the super coming out from iChaos, but he doesn't have this opportunity. He's trying to heal up and not get hit by I'm Sad. AC Milan Clash now threatening to take back control of mid, as Blood Diamond is just 2 gems away from starting that countdown. If Blood Diamond actually manages to take back control relatively quickly, then they won't have to continue this mid fight into overtime when the gem counts start to tie up. Though it actually looks like AC Milan Clash is going to be able to snag this next gem. Though perhaps not. Now they're forced to retreat. A great pull there from iChaos to take out Javi, and now the 3v2 at mid is not a winnable situation for Blood Diamond. They're going to be backing up, and that is the 9th gem going to AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, Magic Puffs coming in so clutch on the side of Clash here, allowing Lenane to just stay in that aggressive positioning whilst getting these heals from Chaos' star power. This is why they're sticking together so much, as well as that really, really strong synergizing play when they get the speed like they have done now, as well as the Sandy super. This is where it all starts to go wrong for Blood Diamond if they can get this control back.
Yep, AC Milan Clash and Blood Diamond both on the verge of tying up this match. iChaos just trying to get as much Magic Puffs healing as he can on Lenane. Lenane snagging a kill, and the control goes back to AC Milan Clash. They have a pretty nice amount of health. They are well equipped to take this one back. AC Milan Clash, they just need to get a really nice Gene super in here. Rafa, though, does not have enough health to snag this one here. Actually, wow, almost able to get that kill onto Lenane and stop that countdown. Yep, I would be sweating too if I were Lenane. That was so close to that countdown being ended. No question, Rafa would not have survived that, though. The well played in game number 2. That is going to be this one going to AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, good turnaround from Clash there, I must say. They were around 8-3 down, I think, but as soon as Chaos started hitting those pulls on Javi and just shutting down the pressure, it really was just looking in Clash's favor the whole time, as Trevor was just able to get into those aggressive positions that Chaos wasn't allowing the opposing Sandy to do. And that's really where it changes. As you saw, I think Trevor had 2 Sandy supers on the field at the same time at one point.
Yeah, and that's what happens when your enemies are bunched up a lot, or, you know, you're able to hit those consecutive shots with at least 2 enemies. Sandy can charge up that super a lot faster that way, and quite frankly, it goes for most brawlers. But anyway, getting into game number 2, take a look at our comps from both sides. AC Milan Clash running the same thing, Blood Diamond running the same thing. I don't think any change in skins as well, because, of course, we all know the skin meta is very vital to the outcome of the game. The speed on iChaos is going to try and help iChaos get this first super off. Of course, we know that the Max and Gene combination is so powerful because Gene is able to get pulls that he would not otherwise be able to. Not only is Gene able to get very aggressive and get a pull, but he's also to pull it away very far. The first pull coming in from iChaos to take out Javi. Looks like iChaos really likes taking out Javi, because it seems like that is what he mostly goes for on these pulls.
Must say, a very tactical wall break as well. When he hit that pull, he's breaking some very vital walls for the Sandy to be able to push behind on that side. Now full out control for Clash. Another pull is hit by Chaos, bringing in 3 more gems off the head of the opposing Gene. who has got his pull now, but it might be too late for him to be able to do anything here, as 9 gems to 1 is looking very much in Clash's favor, as he hits another beautiful pull, 10 gems picked up, and he's staying in a very aggressive position, I will say, but it's unlikely that Blood Diamond are going to be able to reset this, and the countdown isn't going to be stopped.
Beautiful play there from AC Milan Clash, the Protesto coming out from iChaos. iChaos, I mean, must have something against Javi, because he has pulled Javi like every single time. It seems like every pull is onto Javi, and man, I would feel really crummy. It's definitely a bit of a mental thing as well, because Sandy is one of these brawlers where you can play very aggressively and profit massively off of it getting wall peaks and such, but when that pull is available, now your wall peak is all for naught, because, well, soon there's not going to be a wall because you're getting pulled and that wall is getting broken. Javi, I'm sorry to focus on this so much, but Javi got bullied really hard in that last game, and this is an adaptation that Blood Diamond is going to have to make for something that just keeps on happening to really just one of their players.
Yeah, I must say, I don't think it's anything personal between Javi and Chaos, but, you know, it's just such a good brawl to shut down when he get in these aggressive positions. He had it off the start, but his teammates couldn't really hold the pressure against Trevor, who was doing the exact same thing as him. So on the other side of the field, you know, Trevor's playing that Sandy really well and not getting pulled, and Javi's getting pulled. So, you know, it kind of self-explanatory whose favor that's going to end up in.
Yeah. It's nothing personal. Sandy just tends to get himself in these overextended situations, because even when he is way beyond his team's backline, he can do a lot of damage. It'll be like a very risky situation, but he still profits off of it massively, of course, if you can pilot yourself properly. So definitely AC Milan Clash shutting down those very aggressive attempts. We'll see a change up in the strategy, perhaps coming out from Blood Diamond to account for that, or maybe Blood Diamond will just say, you know what, no, we're forced to run the Gene Sandy Max, and we're just gonna stay on it. Though our next map coming up, it's finally, I believe, not GG Mortuary, so an interesting one, because we've seen that so many times in a row consecutively.
Yeah, and I must say, Clash is so good at Brawl Ball, so I'm definitely looking towards them to be making the plays here. Linane, absolutely phenomenal goal scorer, especially with Max, which is left in play in this game as well. So that might have been a bit of a mistake on the hand of Blood Diamond, but as always, it can go in anybody's favor, especially with these kind of comps that are so heavily based on getting your supers and getting value out of them.
Yeah, this is totally true. I completely agree. We'll have to see what is coming up in this next match here. We're going to be starting off on a Brawl Ball in set number 2, of course, Sneaky Fields. So the Gene Sandy Max, yeah, that is going to be a good comp here. There are some other brawlers, though, that could be in the mix here. Perhaps we do see the emergence of a counter, because it does look like Blood Diamond was pretty much losing their footing with the exact same comp that AC Milan Clash is running, so they might try something different. Trev, can you think of any brawlers that can start to shut down the Gene Sandy Max?
I mean, it's too difficult, to be honest, and this is kind of where the crumbles and the cracks in the gameplay start to show. When they do start to lose these mirror comps and lose faith in their own gameplay, it's really where it starts to crumble. And Trevor going to be pulling out the Rosa, and we know that Trevor loves a bit of Rosa. Unfriendly Bush is probably going to be coming in here, and some really good pressure from him on the right side to kick this game off.
Yeah, so finally, AC Milan Clash, they're not running the same strat. They're not running the Gene. They don't need the wall break, it seems. Unfriendly Bushes does enough for helping them get control. Trevor, despite getting pulled, gets that kill. The pass from Linane, not necessarily passing it to Guille. That is going to be Linane almost scoring this goal, though. Looks like he expected to kill his enemy before that ball touched him. Definitely unfortunate, because he might have been able to walk it in, actually, though I might be speaking too soon. Regardless, though, that is going to be this fight headed back towards mid, with Blood Diamond trying to push in for this next goal.
Yeah, speed being provided to Guille now, and the Unfriendly Bushes gets an amazing connection with 3 people stood in that back defensive bush. Linane, this is where he's going to thrive in these goal-scoring situations, and he does get it in eventually. That's Clash taking the first goal there, all thanks to Trevor's gadget.
Yep, 3 supers actually from Blood Diamond. Guille, it looks like, did not get hit by the pull. Unfortunate there from AC Milan Clash. Trevor able to get this great defense. Unfortunately, was not able to push that ball up a little bit further for Linane to score. But regardless, the fight is once again on Blood Diamond's turf. They are forced to defend here. The Sandy Super is coming in to provide the anti-heal, though Trevor is coming in with a flank as well as a super to provide loads of damage. Trevor going down. Linane looking for this goal. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, Linane with an amazing goal to finish off at game number 1 of set number 2, and that is going to be going to AC Milan Clash.
And there you have it. I did call at the start. Linane's goal scoring ability is just absolutely insane, especially in these situations where you don't expect him to go for it. He does, and that is what Blood Diamond kind of failed to predict there. Nobody on the line to cover that goal, and he was able to just slot that ball in with a really nice super shot.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you like try to score the goal and then it fails miserably, or at least this is my experience. I try to score a goal like that, it fails miserably, and I said to myself, you know what? Maybe the best decision was to not even try that. But I mean, he just goes for it, right? And this is just phenomenal play there, and we're gonna definitely see this coming in the next game. Blood Diamond, they gotta come out with some sort of counter to the strat that AC Milan Clash is running, because the Rosa did give them so much trouble. It allowed AC Milan Clash to push in, because we saw 3 people actually get hit by the unfriendly bushes all at once, and that got AC Milan Clash 2 kills, and only 1 member was remaining, and well, the rest is history. A goal was scored, and that game is already behind us. We'll be heading into game 2 very soon. Of course, this is the match point, so it all comes down to this.
Yeah, you've got to be feeling bad for Blood Diamond in these kind of matchups. Unfortunate in the first ones, and then this Rosa just being so dominant in that one. I really wasn't expecting him to change up the comps at all. I thought the comps would stay very similar to what we saw in Gem Grab, but, you know, it paid off that they did swap it, and Trevor being so confident on that brawler and all of its engagements, it really did turn out to be a really nice pick.
Yeah, it was a great pick. Though, if we see some sort of counter pick to Rosa in the next game, I wouldn't be too surprised, though it's hard for me to think of a brawler that they could pick that really does counter Rosa. Trevor's still on the Rosa. They have the Tara now. Blood Diamond, they are just trying a new strategy this time. Wow, Linane already able to put that one into the goal. We've talked about it already. Linane has some incredible goal scoring abilities, especially with Max. This is incredible, and this game could already be over.
Trevor managing to pick up the kill on Rafa on that side, and another dash coming in. He goes for the trick shot. Maybe he's slightly too overconfident there, as possibly could have walked it, but Rafa has that pull. Looking to hit it on Trevor here, but he does get caught in the wall with this super pot. Now probably going to be heading for that ball, but no, that black portal does keep him low. And he's given a nice little friendly spin there, as he does feel he's been quite dominant in this game, and now look at him pushing out.
Oh yeah, I'd be feeling good about this one too if I were Trevor, because just phenomenal play coming out from Trevor this game. Trevor now going to go for this kill on Tara. Gets pulled by the black portal, gets taken down. Blood Diamond EU now finally going to be able to push out. The unfriendly bushes are coming in from Guille, but it's not going to be enough to slow this assault entirely. Going to need some friends to come in and help as well. The pass to Linane, and that is the match over. Linane securing this last goal, and that's going to be AC Milan Clash headed on to the grand finals.
I must say, Clash playing amazingly, and the chances to win this finals are just as good as they play.
Yeah, so just phenomenal play from these teams. Trav became a Rico for a moment there, but I think he'll be back with us in just a moment. It happens to the best of us. I've had my mic off before and just been like, yeah. So Trav, I think we're back though. Trav is still working on his mic situation, I believe, but you love to see it, though. We do see AC Milan Clash moving on to the grand finals. Blood Diamond EU, unfortunately, going down here, though they are still going to earn some points, and they're going to earn some sweet cash money before we head into the next match. And I believe our next match is actually going to be SK versus Tribe Gaming. So definitely one you don't want to miss. 2 amazing teams facing off against each other as we head into the grand finals. Just 2 matches remain for Brawl Masters today, so make sure you don't go away.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you got the chance to take a quick break, and you're going to need it to catch your breath because we have some exhilarating matches coming up. We have the grand finals, though first we do have one more semifinal match to play. It is SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU, and this is definitely one you don't want to miss. Two phenomenal EU teams faced up against each other, both with great history and just they've been having great seasons as well, both being in the monthly finals and now faced up against each other in the semifinals for Brawl Masters here in spring 2021. And we have the bans coming out from the teams. The modes are already coming in. Trav, take us away.
Yeah, surprising to see the bans on the side of SK being Heist and Gem, and then Bounty being banned by Tribe, and we're seeing very, very weird rotation of maps that we're actually going to be playing this time in comparison to what we've seen before. Hot Zone, Siege, and then Brawl Ball. So yeah, very weird. What are your thoughts on the bans, Ready?
I mean, we have the Byron ban, the Poco ban. Both of these teams seem to hate healers. I guess if Byron's out of the question, then Poco gets to be out of the question as well. Stu, of course, pretty much the go-to ban. We haven't seen him played in a single match today, and that's just because, man, is he irritating. Though the Barley ban as well is going to provide some issues, I believe, for these teams on Hot Zone as well as Siege. So Barley ban, we're no stranger to, right? But I'd say the biggest thing is that we still have the Gene, Max, and Sandy available when it comes to Brawl Ball. Also, when it comes to Siege. So this is one that we definitely got to keep in mind. Though Hot Zone, I wouldn't say that Gene, Sandy, Max is so prevalent on this map. With the absence of our healers, we're probably going to have a few more throwers, probably a little bit of a Rosa and Sprout sort of situation going on the right side. Though, only time will tell. We've actually seen a lot more Gale on Split recently.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So we've seen quite a bit of Ruffs coming in as well, and Surge has recently come back into the meta as well. Just with that teleport and his buff to his damage, it's really allowed him to excel against some more tankier units, as well as just picking up his super easier, and you know, teleporting on the throwers is also a huge factor in this map.
Yeah, usually when you see a Surge on this map, Surge just goes straight up mid and goes for the Barley or goes for the Sprout. So that's a strat here, right? He's still a green button brawler, unfortunately, but it's okay. You know, he's really the only green button in the game at the moment. So you know what? We'll let it pass. We'll let Surge have his thing because really it's a part of his kit that pulls him all together. Surge, he's slow. He struggles to get in range of targets. Boom. Give him a teleport. Let him upgrade for free. Let him get a free kill, right? That is what really brings Surge all together. Though, we could see some sort of counter as well to Surge. Of course, Ruffs hard counter Surge with those sandbags. So the Ruffs on the right lane or the left lane, it's entirely possible. I mean, I can't exactly say I expect anyone running mid here unless we have a wall break centric comp. The Colt and the B is still available if either of these teams are expecting tanks, but since we have Poco and Byron banned, I don't know if that's really going to happen.
I mean, to be honest, the Colt and the B comp is still really, really good against no matter what it comes up against. Obviously, with the wall break, it kind of takes out the thrower aspect of the map too. But going in, we are going to be seeing that comp that we just spoke of, the Colt and the B on the side of SK, and Tribe are coming with something a bit more usual, as they've decided to play the Surge and the Ruffs with the Tick.
Yeah, I feel very big-brained right now, Trev. Like, we should be deciding comps because we just pulled out, like, all the brawlers that are in this match. We have really the main power players. We have Jetton on that Colt. We have B coming out as well. Semantic on the Sandy just to get loads of burst damage. And Tribe Gaming, they are bringing out the Ruffs and the Surge as well. Casey might struggle a bit against Skyrix, getting taken up by that pinch between Skyrix and Semantic. A powered up Tom, though, is going to make up residence on the right Hot Zone and start to get some control. Semantic now coming for the control, and Tom is forced to back away as he's now fighting what is essentially a 1v2 versus Skyrix and Semantic. Skyrix laying down that control with the slowing turret spin, trying to get that defense, but it's not enough to put up with Jetton. SK now shifting their focus over to the right Hot Zone and just sort of trying to defend the left Hot Zone so that Tribe cannot get any percentage captured, though this one, SK, they're leading by a long shot.
Yeah, Tribe's having showing some signs of life, if I can get that, a bit of a tongue twister there. As they do pick up a lot of percentage now, as they're getting both of the zones simultaneously. B looking to try and get a sneak down the right-hand side, and this might be where it goes a bit sour for Tribe, but Spen with a nice pinch across, preventing that, leaving Skyrix at one shot. Spen getting pushed up the zone, though. Tom going to be able to pick up that kill with Laceral, leaving the Tickhead surviving too. Going to be baiting out a bit of ammo from Semantic as they do retain this right-hand side now.
A Tribe actually, and now coming up on the left side, that is the point to win. Semantic getting a great defense, though Tribe has taken the lead, if not just by 5%. This lead is soon going to change hands back to SK Gaming. Tribe, they need to bring out a strong push to get SK off of this point. It doesn't look like it's happening anytime soon. Jetton going to be able to get that last bit of percentage on this hot zone, and that is going to be our game going to SK Gaming.
Yeah, almost a really solid turnaround from Tribe there, but just the sandstorms are too much for them to handle with the likes of Tick and Ruffs, where you really just can't scout it too well at a bit of a distance, or at all with Tick, really. So they were capturing both the zones, which was bringing it back quite heavily. The percentage deficit was going down and down and down, but SK just showed that last sign of life and brought it back in the last few seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, just Tick, with all those walls broken down, really does struggle to succeed. He's not really able to get that much damage when there's more open space, and now suddenly you can dodge all of Tick's attacks just by walking away from them. He can't really cover the entire point without running out of ammo. He can't keep it covered consistently. I would say most notably on the left lane is where Tick seems to excel, right? He's able to get a little bit of control on the right lane, but then on the left lane is, at least on split, is where he's really able to profit because there's a pretty small choke point all the way over on the left side. But we saw that was one of the first walls that Colt broke open, so that is no longer available, and now Tick is forced to run on the right lane where he does not really excel, and that was evidenced just by B really giving him a tough time on the right lane. Not because the thing is B cannot, of course, shoot over walls and really deal with Tick. It's just that she was able to walk around and just stay ever present there and defend the left point as well as capturing the right point.
Yeah, I mean, the B really shouldn't have been able to stay alive for that long, especially with the Tick there, but the honeypots are such a good preventive measure against the Surge. It acts the same as sandbags would in terms of roughs, just tanking one shot, and it allows them to get that double tap off, which can take Surge down. But looking over to the left-hand side, though, for SK, it was so dominant. They got that side down so fast, and it was 2v1 versus Spence, so you can't blame him. But going into the next game, it is going to be the same from SK yet again, and Tribe are taking a leaf out of their book, as they do bring in a fairly similar comp, with a bit more range with the addition of Bell.
Yeah, they do have the Bell. Bell is in play now. This is an interesting one because we've seen Bell banned in virtually every single other match. Skyrix, though, of course, as Trev said, we do have the exact same comp coming out of SK, and Tribe, despite getting some early percentage off, SK is going to be taking this first bit of control. Spin now forced to back up as Tribe Gaming has to reevaluate their strategy here. They have their own Colt this time to break open some walls because they are playing on SK's terms. Jetton getting a nice kill there. Jetton, of course, having a reputation for being a phenomenal Colt, is doing a great job on this left hot zone. Now threatening to take out Bell as well. Spin, of course, on this Bell. Jetton waiting for that wall break opportunity, perhaps. Needs to get the most value possible, going for both Casey and Spin at the same time. Great support as well from Skyrix. Skyrix with a nicely timed gadget to defend against Tom.
Yeah, SK absolutely domination there, and we saw Jetton picking up a kill with a silver bullet in the last few seconds, securing that left-hand side, and over the right-hand side it was so dominant 2v1 too. So yeah, SK bringing that game with an absolute storm, 81% victory in terms of the deficit that Tribe had, and that is going to be the first set heading directly to them with a very convincing game.
Yes, completely dominant there from SK. I want to point out that perfectly timed B gadget to defend against Surge. That was oh my gosh, that was textbook. I don't think it could get more perfect than that, and this is the sort of gameplay that you see at this level, or at least it is what propels you to the next level, or just sends you generally to the grand finals. SK Gaming, they are currently leading by 1 set. We'll be getting into set number 2 here on bot drop very shortly, though SK Gaming looking pretty promising with such a dominating victory in set number 2, especially considering that they ran the same comp, and Tribe Gaming, they accounted for that. And still, we saw SK Gaming with a massive lead over them, as Travis said, 81%, which is just absolutely dominant in hot zone. That means that Tribe Gaming, they barely touched the point. They were hardly able to make it out of spawn. And this might be a hazard that they run into here on bot drop, considering that bot drop is one of those maps where you can get spawn trapped pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm looking towards the kind of Gene Max comps on this map, as they are obviously in play. But honestly, the Crow kind of does cramp its style a bit, I will say. So maybe that could slot into the comp a little bit too. Obviously, with that slowing toxin, so good against everything in any comp near enough.
Well, we'll have to see it. Yes, Trav, you are correct. Jet now running this Crow, Tom running the Crow as well. It's actually a mirror match between these teams. And okay, tell me this isn't coordinated. It is literally a mirror match down to the skins. It's like we're watching just well, a literal mirror this time. Jetton now unfortunately getting almost taken down by Spin, but this is Tribe seemingly taking control of mid. We do have Semantic coming back, securing a kill on Tom. That now brings us to a 2v3. Tribe forced to back away, and they're looking for other options. We do see, unfortunately, another member of Tribe going down. The 2v2 now here at mid, but SK still undoubtedly has control over mid.
Yeah, Semantic just using so much value out of that homemade recipe. Really just using it to its full capabilities. And Skyrix tapping down this right side. There you go again with the homemade recipe. Semantic yet again picks up another kill, and Tribe yet still to pick up a bolt here. Very well played from SK so far.
Yep, and Semantic coming out with a wall break to completely eliminate any chances of Tribe making advances in those bushes. The level 11 Siege bot coming out, and SK is already going to tie up the bolt count for the final Siege. SK, they don't even really need to push in here. In fact, it might actually be a disadvantage if they push in here and get one of their members taken out by Casey, for instance. So the damage coming in on the Ike, that's 24% on the Ike. Casey has that damage amplifier and could be one shot by Semantic if he's not careful. The homemade recipe, it could be imminent. Semantic securing a kill on Spin. Skyrix now securing that kill as well. Semantic actually just tapping everyone left, right, and center. This last bot is going to go to SK, and there is just no hope for Tribe Gaming unless they're able to pull up some crazy unexpected strat to deal a bunch of damage to SK Gaming's side.
I will say that Bell mechanic with the bouncing shots really paid off there, allowing them to bring them both to one shot, and that's where Semantic kind of cleaned up, mopped the floor with them. And SK going to be taking this game and bringing it to match point against Tribe in a very early and dominant series.
Yeah, and this is what we saw last match as well, between some teams that we actually thought were pretty well matched. And I gotta say, I thought the same for SK versus Tribe, but SK really does seem to be showing up Tribe today. However, Tribe Gaming, they're still a very strong team. They can bring this one back. SK Gaming, they do have the momentum though. So both teams, right, they are, you know, they could both win this next game and finish off this match. But by the looks of things, as far as momentum, SK Gaming has this by a long shot.
Yeah, I'm not going to write off Tribe yet, as we do know they are very capable players. And they have beaten SK in the past. They seem to be their kryptonite in a few of the other tournaments, but SK just such a dominant showing here, especially in that split games, and in this game too, managed to pick up all of the bots, I think, which obviously such a good showing from them. And I must say, Semantic absolutely popping off on the Piper, picking up so many kills in that mid.
Yeah, and it's a super important one to have a good Piper on your team, not only to deal with your enemy Piper who's going to be trying to take out your teammates, but to take out all those enemies and get the long range control. You're able to control mid from the comfort of your own Ike radius, so to speak. So you're able to win that first mid fight with, you know, at least a lot easier than if you were running other brawlers, for instance, because even though it's available, we don't see the Gene Sandy Max. We actually see the Piper coming out instead. and it's just because Piper is so strong. Here comes the match point. SK Gaming bringing out once again Semantic on the Piper. Tribe Gaming with much of the same comp as last game, though SK, they're bringing out Skyrix on this Sprout this time, and not even with the shield in the bushes star power. Now it's about Overgrowth.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, Spen using his homemade recipe twice off the start to get this first bot, committing so hard to it, as it's so vital to be able to get this first push. And you can see that in the past game where SK just maintained control throughout, and this is looking like what Tribe are going to be attempting to do here. Very solid defense from SK in the meantime, I must say, with only a Piper and a Crow. That's a very formidable defense, and Casey does have some good pressure over the left side now. Jet going to be looking to push him out, but this is where Skyrix is kind of going to thrive, when he's in this kind of aggressive positioning on the right-hand side in the bush.
Yeah, hopefully this use of homemade recipe does not come back to haunt Spin, because it did secure the first bot for Tribe Gaming, though. For this next bot, it might be a different story. Spin is now only down to one homemade recipe, and this is a tough one. We also have Skyrix here for the counter to the enemy Piper, just because that hedge is able to do such a great job. Of course, this bot is going to SK Gaming, and they already have the lead for the final push just by 1 bolt. But 1 bolt is all the difference you really need, especially when you're facing against a team that has already been pushed all the way back, forced to defend. And an early aggression there from Spin, actually. They're not fully defending the bot, rather they're going to go for this control. A great super there from Jetton, who's not going to go down. Casey looking for this kill. Semantic not going to let that shot go to Jetton. Jetton now just fighting for his life. 860 health remaining for so long in this last bot, actually, is going to go to SK Gaming, and this match just might be over.
Jen managing to survive there against all odds, 3v1 as he jumped in, managed to pick up a couple of kills, and the slowing toxin popped. It just allowed him to get so much pressure and bring all these bolts back to their Ike and pick up this level 10 boss, which is going to finish off not only the Ike, but the whole series.
Well, very unfortunate for Tribe Gaming. It looks like their main enemy at this time was the momentum, just the raw power that SK Gaming came out with right off the bat. Of course, another thing to acknowledge is this draft mode is not what these teams are used to playing. So what ends up coming out in the end is the team that is just able to adapt better to the situation and just get real crafty. And this time, it looks like SK Gaming were able to set themselves up on good maps with good brawlers that they were confident on. Tribe, unfortunately, did get swept today. Of course, I will recognize these two teams are still phenomenal, but when it comes to this play, sometimes the best teams can make teams just, even at the same level, look like a Protesto. I mean, this is unfortunate for Tribe Gaming, but that is going to send SK Gaming to the grand finals.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the bracket here now, though, as we go in. Obviously, yet again, powered by G Fuel, and this is going to be the huge final, the biggest rivalry in Europe at this time. SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash. What do you think of that, Teddy? Ready?
Teddy, ready. They're interchangeable
Teddy,
at this point anyway.
My mind, it's gone.
when I get to cast with Teddy, we become Teddy set, man. It's like we do the fusion thing from Dragon Ball. Yes, sir. SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash, one you won't want to miss. SK Gaming, I mean, we just saw a very strong performance from them. They swept their opponent, which was a very accomplished team, Tribe Gaming EU, formerly Tea Drinkers, and then AC Milan Clash taking down Blood Diamond. I mean, in a sweep as well. This is a match you don't want to miss, and I expect this one actually to go to set 3, because we actually haven't seen a single game go to set 3, with the exception of one, which was in the round of 16, which unfortunately we did not get to spectate. But look at the bracket, it's all 0-2, and it could turn out the same way, SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash. But you know what, my money is on set 3. I'm betting on set 3, Trav.
Yeah, no, I agree, but we are going to go into a quick 3-minute break just in the meantime once we prepare for this game. So be sure to stick around, and we'll see you afterwards.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the grand finals coming up. Actually, our teams that are going to be competing in the finals, that is going to be SK Gaming and AC Milan clash. Though, in observance of Ramadan, actually, our team SK Gaming is going to be ending their fasting very soon. So just out of respect for them, we're going to be taking another 20-minute break. So make sure if you are observing Ramadan too, that you go and get up and take a break, right? Just out of respect for our players, because of course we do. We have a lot of respect for the top players in this region. We are going to give them 20 more minutes before we head into the grand finals. So this is your opportunity to get up, stretch, get some fresh air as you and we prepare for the grand finals. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters Spring 2021. We are currently in the grand final stage of the tournament for the day here in EU. I'm joined by none other than Trav. How are you doing, Trav?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Very, very excited to get into this match. Really, a bit of an El Clasico, I'll say, as a lot of people are saying too, between these two teams. A huge rivalry between these two, and it should be yet again, as we like to use this phrase, a clash of titans.
Yep, a Clash of Titans versus Clash. It's SK Gaming versus Clash, two phenomenal teams here in EU, and that is going to be coming up very shortly. We're going to take a look at the draft format of this match. It's a best of 3 where the teams can actually ban brawlers and ban maps. There's a map pool for the day, and they will get to ban 3 maps and 4 brawlers. It is a 4 brawler ABBA style banning format, and this is going to open up all sorts of possibilities for our teams. Take a look at our modes that have been banned. We already have the ban for Gem Grab coming in from Tribe Gaming. Yeah. Oh, my bad. This is really just the explanation of the format. So, for instance, let's say Tribe Gaming bans the first 2 game modes, then we have the next 2 modes that get to be banned by the enemy team, and then the ordering of the modes. I'm sorry, guys. I was not expecting the explainer to come up. Regardless, though, I mean, it's fair. It is a bit of a tough format to understand, but it does really mix things up and allows really the teams that are able to adapt the best to prevail. And we do have the bans in the maps coming in.
Yeah, we're looking towards the Bounty yet again ban first. Upsetting to see, but you can expect it from these guys. Canal Grande just not the best competitive map out at the moment. Then we're seeing Hot Zone banned as well as Siege. And first up, I think it's the first time we've had it up first. It's going to be Sneaky Fields and Brawl Ball, Hard Rock Mine and Gem Grab, and GG Mortuary and Heist.
Yep, all these maps that we've just been seeing in various orders today. We also haven't seen our teams go to set number 3, so I think really neither of these teams want to play GG Mortuary, but it might end up happening. Clash, they're extremely good at Sneaky Fields, though SK, we've seen them do a really nice job on Gem Grab. So there is actually a good chance that this will move on to set number 3, of course. Only time will tell. And our bans as well are coming in. Your bans from SK are Byron and Sandy. Bans from AC Milan Clash are Stu and Bell. So Sandy's banned out. We're not going to get to see that Gene Max Sandy that we see so much. The Byron's also banned, so probably no Byron 8-bit is going to be in play, right? Well, 8-bit probably not in play. Byron definitely not in play. Perhaps drawing from these bans, maybe, Trav, we can deduce some more brawlers that are or are not going to be in play today.
Yeah, to be honest, the Rosa that we saw from Trevor in a few games previously, obviously we saw him absolutely popping off on Sneaky Fields, which is the map coming up first as well, and it is an available brawler, so that probably is a good pick for Trevor to take. And then as well, we're still going to be seeing the Max unbanned, so that could be a viable mid as well as a lane as well.
Yeah, and the other thing is Poco is still in play. So the Poco double tanks strategy is still viable. It can happen here on Sneaky Fields, not so much on Hard Rock Mine or GG Mortuary, but I think these teams will really get to start things off with a bang. I mean, SK Gaming, they did get to have the last say in what was the final brawler to be banned, and they decided, no, we're not going to ban Poco. So banning Sandy instead, they are probably going to run some Poco double tanks, though that is going to have to be their saving grace in Clash's best mode. Clash, we've seen them just do an amazing job, especially at scoring goals very quickly and slipping it past the enemy. SK, they're going to have some sort of very symmetrical defense where they're all close together and they're all always present in order to defend against these really slippery goals that Clash tends to slip in.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards GG Mochi as well, if it does go the long haul, I feel like these two teams are going to be fairly evenly matched on that, especially with Colt in play too. It opens up a lot more high-skill, long-range sharpshooter brawlers, like the likes of Piper that we saw in previous sets between Tribe and XO, really coming into play quite heavily there. So I'm really excited to see some more long-range gameplay rather than just a bit of short-range clustering.
Yeah, that's a thing. Maybe we could see it on Sneaky Fields as a sort of counter to the long-range strat. If we see the Colt B come out, that would be the best counter, I believe, to Poco double tanks. And it's just generally a good comp as well. We might even see the mirror match coming out from both teams in this mode. So when we get into that match, our predictions will be validated or invalidated, or maybe we'll have a little bit of half and half. I mean, it always feels really nice to be right. It always makes me feel like, you know, maybe I could go pro, right? If I'm able to accurately predict what frankly, the best teams, at least according to Brawl Masters, are playing. Another thing about this match coming up is that the winner gets $1,000, and that is $1,000 out of the $20,000 prize pool that we have for Brawl Masters this season. So there's money to be won. The other thing is that this is the first of 4 qualifiers, and you earn points in these qualifiers to qualify for the playoffs, which is the 5th day. So the first place team gets the most points, second place gets a little bit less, and you know how it goes from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all everybody likes a bit of money, but at the end of the day, the big money's in the playoffs, which is what you get from getting the points. So ending up in these top spots, especially in the first qualifier, to get yourself off to a good start, it's always really, really good to start in a nice, strong form.
Yep, and a great way to make an impression would be Poco double tanks. So we'll see if that comes out. Though the Colt B, I think we will see the mirror match, just because neither team wants to get dominated by Poco double tanks, and neither team really wants to chance it. And, you know, B and Colt versus any other comp, they will do absolutely fine versus any other comp. So, I mean, the max is still available, and that is a hazard that they are going to have to think about. But aside from that, I think it is a relatively safe pick. Though the thing is, AC Milan Clash, they're not really known to just pick the safe stuff. They will make some pretty risky moves, though it is risk with confidence that they will succeed. Though SK Gaming, generally, they pick strong comps and they pick them very quickly. So I think SK Gaming, they will maybe run something a little bit more safe. AC Milan Clash, something quite more aggressive.
Yeah, no, I think so too. We've definitely seen the different play styles of these two teams come out as we've been spectating either team against other teams. We did see a bit of surge that I want to point out as well from Bunker on this map, and it was actually working very, very well against the likes of the Colt and the B comp. So maybe that's also a pretty viable, but, you know, it'll struggle quite heavily if they do go that Poker double tank comp that we keep on talking about.
Yeah, the teleport's not going to do you much good if you cannot take down the brawler that you're teleporting onto. I believe we are going to be getting into our first game. Take a look at our brawlers. SK, they are running the Poco double tank Skyrix on that true gold Frank, and much of the same, or sort of, Trevor on that Rosa that he's been so powerful on. Trevor getting stunned, Skyrix getting healed up by Jetton and getting that pass from Jetton. Lenane, though, staying aggressive, trying to take out Jetton here. He slowed it down. This is Lenane's opportunity to snag a goal. Over on the left side, Guille ready with a double pull. Massive there. Gonna take out Semantic. Skyrix needs to just defend this ball to the best of his ability. A stun is gonna be his ticket. No! Actually, Trevor dodging this stun. Skyrix barely staying alive as Guille has yet another pull ready.
Guille with some absolutely incredible positioning here, and he does hit the pull directly onto the Poco again, taking him down in a sharp fashion. Unfriendly bushes being popped from Trevor now as he slows down Semantic, getting that ability for Lenane to hit that shot with some simple taps over to the right. Slow being missed by Lenane now, but Trevor is, however, picking up an easy kill over the right-hand side on that mirror lane. Good pass over, and this is going to be a walk with that shield. Just a note as well, Guille has picked up that super, which could be huge coming into this second respawn.
Absolutely, Guille with that super ready to go. He's already gotten a double suck already, and now he just needs to get that value on Skyrix and Jetton. Here it comes, but he's been a little bit distracted. Instead, he opted to go for a little bit more supercharge rather than trying to defend a gold that simply would not be possible to defend. That may have been a bit of a strategy from SK, baiting out the pull to distract Guille from the real enemy, which was in fact Trevor, about to score that goal. Semantic now looking to walk this one in. Lenane with a nice defense. Trevor trying to keep the defense, but no! SK Gaming punching through the defense. AC Milan Clash going down in game number 1 on Sneaky Fields.
Yeah, some very interesting plays on the line there as the ball seemed to be dropped a few times on the line. Lenane couldn't really find a path to clear the ball in a simple fashion, so he was looking for a bit more of a complex way, and it just didn't really work, even though Gia was able to pull that back just to delay it long enough for him to pick up the ball. There was just no path out, and SK collapsed in and pushed into that goal.
Yeah, this was a great play by both sides. I did actually, I mean, let's admit my bias. I thought AC Milan Clash was going to win. Just going into the first game, I thought they were just going to crush Brawl Ball because that is their reputation. They are good at Brawl Ball. But the thing is, I think SK realized that, you know, we're going up against a really strong team and they are probably, you know, not going to risk it too much. So they went Poké Double Tanks and it just worked out perfectly for SK. The thing is, we still have at least one more game remaining in the set. So SK Gaming, they're not gonna, you know, maybe they'll run out of tricks up their sleeve to fool AC Milan Clash, because AC Milan Clash, they were running something pretty strong and they were doing a great job of defending. Though SK, with the Poké Double Tanks, they were just able to punch through with just such a strong comp.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see, to be honest, because with having the Tara and the B, you should have a really strong defense against the tanks, but just with all the bush, they weren't really able to get much value out of the B, and that kind of allowed the tanks to just be able to push up, and the heals coming in from Jetten as well, allowing the Rosa matchup to be in their favor literally 90% of the time. Just because of the Decapo and obviously the Super coming in too, it's impossible for Trevor to win that matchup, and they were able to push through in the end and get the 2 goals.
Yeah, I'd probably say my favorite part of the match was actually seeing the amazing defense from SK. We had Frank, True Gold Frank with the defense cornering the ball, though we did see an actual, like, really, really good offense there. Rosa just juking out the Frank super. It was phenomenal to watch. It's not something you see, you know, necessarily every day at this level of play, right? Usually Frank is run with a level of confidence just because he feeds supers and he can be weak if you come out with the right counters. Though we are going to be getting into this next game. Skyrix on the Frank once again. Semantic running this Rosa up the left lane. Unfriendly bushes to slow down the entire enemy team, but Lenane able to get that defense. Jetten now actually is switching on to Max rather than Poco, so this is much different. Skyrix once again cornering the ball as SK Gaming would rather win this mid fight than try and push the ball up forward. So they're cornering the ball so that they can get a better defense.
Yeah, Trevor ended up in a bit of a poor spot to be pinched, but Gia, he's going to see this opportunity to take the double ball. He does get it, cycles his super back again, and now he's going to be looking to push forward onto Skyrix to be able to get the ball out of this corner.
Lenane in a nice situation where he's able just to pinch Skyrix so hard. Actually, might get pinched here by Jetten as well. The super to take out Skyrix, and that is it. Guille now on the right side, trying to push through onto the left side. Semantic, wow, what a bounce pass to Lenane, and that is Lenane supering it into the goal for the first goal from AC Milan Clash.
Oh, absolutely amazing play from Lenane there. He managed to pick up a kill and then super the ball in simultaneously within a few milliseconds of doing it. And it's such a good combo play. But Skyrix in a good position down this left-hand side now, but looking to be getting pinched by all 3 of them as Lenane pinches around the corner. Super coming in, doesn't connect, and that's just going to open up the map more for B to thrive and Lenane to destroy them.
Trevor trying to get in a good position here on the left side to hold off both Jetten and Semantic. Lenane in a good position to take out Semantic. Semantic going down. Skyrix, though, looking to profit off of this, looking for a super opportunity perhaps. Guille, though, ready with that Tara Black Portal. Jetten now getting this speed, about to speed up Semantic and get some massive damage. A sped up team is not what you want to be facing with such a squishy combo, but no, Trevor with a great defense, really accounting for his team's weaknesses in terms of health pool. Trevor unfortunately going down, but Guille is ready with this super for whenever Skyrix decides to use his super. Jetten with the speed, Semantic looking for a position as Skyrix is now deciding to use his super. Guille with a mistimed super, and this is a scoring opportunity from SK.
Skyrix coming in with that super. He's going to have to use it on the right-hand side here, but he does miss it, and he's going to delay it long enough for Tara to be able to spawn back in. Skyrix doesn't manage to pick up the ball, but he's not going to get his super in time, and that is going to be a walk-in from Skyrix as it goes into overtime.
Wow, that was so close. Tara was so close to super. Definitely painful there for Guille. Though, when we look at AC Milan Clash's comp, they should win just by the looks of things, though it's already a 2v2. Skyrex looking for a pass, a blocked pass from Trevor. Skyrex not able to put that one into the goal. A great defense there from Linane as Trevor passes to Linane. Linane passing back. Who's it gonna be? Who's gonna put it in the goal? Linane once again slipping it into the goal. That is gonna be this game going to AC Milan Clash.
Great passing plays from Clash there to just be able to distort the minds of SK a bit, just to be able to open up a little bit of a pathway into the goal, and Linane was able to optimize that and just slot the ball in between all three members of SK Gaming. Absolutely amazing goal in what should have been their game to start with, but a really good comeback from SK to be able to take it to overtime.
That was insane. I loved watching them pass it back and forth. Like, they're like, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? They're teasing SK, and SK is like, who do we defend? Who do we group around? And AC Milan Clash is like, I don't know. Who is it gonna be? That was so entertaining to watch. I mean, you know, we are on sneaky fields, but it looked a little bit more like hot potato, I'm gonna confess. Though we are gonna be headed into a game number 3 in just a moment, and it's really hard to tell. I mean, AC Milan Clash, they're coming out with a very strong performance, despite when they're faced up against a comp that is tough for them to deal with. SK, though, they were able to slip in that first game right there, so don't discount SK here. Just because AC Milan Clash is favored going into this one doesn't mean that they're going to end up victorious if SK can play their cards right.
Yeah, obviously Clash with a very good performance there. SK a bit on the back foot there, and Clash did learn how to play that comp a bit better after the first one, as I feel like maybe they should have won the first game as well with the matchup they had. But obviously, definitely played it a lot better this time, and that obviously showed in the result, being able to take this back in what I'd say is a fairly dominant game, but SK had that one breakaway play that got them the goal. Yeah,
that is true. And the thing is with Poco Double Tanks is the position where it's just the strongest is when you have a max super ready to go and you have both your tanks, you're at the starting line, you know, you just scored a goal, or your enemy just scored a goal and you've just respawned. That is where you're the strongest, because you get free positioning off of that respawn and you get the shield, and now you have Max with free energy, as she says, and you're able just to push into the enemy's goal with relative ease. You have so much health pool that you just get for free from respawning, and I think that is really why SK was able to profit off of that. Though the thing is, you know, you can't just do that over and over and over again. Sure, maybe you can build up a little bit of momentum, score a goal, and then score the next one right after, but you're gonna have to have those supers ready in order for that to work.
Yeah, I mean, it is occasionally a tactic going behind just to be able to get your supers, but with Poco Double Tank, you want to kind of be thriving off the start when you've still got the gadgets from Poco, obviously, but with the Max, it's just so explosive. Just being able to go straight off the start of it and just push instantly with a few jukes from the max speed onto the likes of B or Tari, just literally instantly in their face. And that's a real threat to be worried about.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating to play against, especially when you have your entire team focusing down an enemy brawler, and yet they're getting so much healing from Poco, Poco's gadget, Poco's da capo, and then his super, and then it's like, man, you know, Frank, the big man, he's unkillable. You cannot touch him. And that is, I think, why we do see so much Frank, is the health pool as well as the stun is able to break walls that are in strategic positions. Of course, you don't want to break open the walls that are protecting you. AC Milan Clash, though, they are going to be the ones running the Frank this time. The rest of their comp stays the same, though. SK Gaming with a complete different strategy, though. Now they're switching Semantic onto this Barley. Semantic, of course, running up the left side. Guille looking for positioning as Trevor and Linane are now helping him push up mid. Guille once again looking for positioning on the left side, perhaps a super, and AC Milan Clash actually hang back pretty far as Guille is in a tough situation.
Clash starts collapsing now, and the sticky syrup does come down from Semantic, kind of preventing Trevor from being able to push him any further than he did. But Guille coming in now with a huge health pool, maybe be able to walk this in or pass it off. He doesn't get the pass directly to him, but Trevor doesn't get it either. The speed coming in almost goes into his own goal, but they're prevented by him shooting at his own goal. Guille does miss that super, and now he's going to be able to cycle it back, but not enough health to be able to get out of this position with the Barley.
Look up pandemonium in the dictionary, and this is what you will find. That was all over the place. We almost saw AC Milan Clash walk it in, then the bounce pass to almost get it to Trevor, and then finally a super that nearly just a near miss on Skyrex. What a play there, but AC Milan Clash, they're not slowing down by any means. Jetton now, with all of his health, having to defend against Guille, is it looks like actually AC Milan Clash is going to hang back and just wait for all their health to return. Now that the Barley Supers coming out, they're either going to push in or they're going to fall back. It looks like AC Milan Clash is actually going to play a little bit more passive. They're going to wait for this opportunity. They really just need a hole in the enemy's defense in order to make a play here, and it's going to be a play by Guille.
Lenane managed to pick up his charge off the Rose there, and he did hit it on Jet and kind of deflating the push just in time for Trevor to be able to heal up and take this mirror lane against Skyrix with quite dominant fashions. A good pinch comes in from Lenane there from the B, and Jetton falling to Guille. He's picked up his super now. Bit of a tough position if he can't cover the goal, but he does. Still a bit of a bad position as he has got that super to be able to take out the Rosa with quite a lot of ease. They're swapping over now, trying to get that Rosa favorable matchup on Arlie, and the super comes in, does take out Skyrix, and this is a good position for Clash heading on into overtime.
Oh, this is fantastic. A very sneaky switch there. The pass from Guille and the super into the goal. That is going to be this game going to AC Milan Clash, and therefore the first set going the way of AC Milan Clash.
That pass was absolutely amazingly timed. Just seeing that opening over the left-hand side of the goal, the pass comes over and he slots it in perfectly just in front of the Barley's face. Just absolutely incredible comeback from Clash.
Just play that clip at my funeral. Like, man, I could watch that over and over and over again. Clash on Brawl Ball, when they're passing for those last-minute goals, they just work like clockwork. It's just boom, boom, boom. Very well-oiled machine they are. Though, with that, we're heading into set number 2, which is going to be on Gem Grab. Of course, it's everyone's favorite, Hard Rock Mine. And we actually can expect to see a strong performance from both teams on this map, though I do think SK is a little bit favored here. We're coming off of AC Milan Clash's best mode, and they do have the benefit of momentum, especially after SK had 2 very, very close games versus AC Milan Clash. Though SK Gaming, they do tend to play control very, very well, and of course, that is the core concept of Gem Grab.
Yeah, I mean, I think that SK were the ones to pick this Gem Grab set too, so obviously very, very confident on Hard Rock Mine if you're willing to be able to pick it over a map like GG Mochi that was left. Because obviously we've seen them perform absolutely amazingly on that too. So obviously feeling so optimistic about this Hard Rock Mine set, and they do need to be doing that, as this is possibly the last set if they don't manage to pick it up.
Yeah, and we're in the grand finals too, a best of 3 in the grand finals, and we're already 1 set down, 1 or 2 more to go. The stakes couldn't be higher. Imagine 2 games determining the difference between nothing and $1,000. I mean, this is ridiculous, and I know it's not nothing to get second place, but let me have my moment, Trav. Though very soon we'll be getting into our next set, and Trev, what are your predictions for this next set? What kind of brawlers can we see?
I mean, to be honest, it's kind of looking towards the max yet again, because I mean the 8-bit's going to be a good pairing as well, but you're just looking to what it's going to pair with when all the brawlers start to come in, and it's like we've seen so many different comps, and obviously I don't think the Sandy is in play, is it? So we're not going to be seeing that Gene comp. So you're probably looking to resort back to the 8-bit, but I'm not really sure what's going to be paired with it, as we haven't really seen these teams play too much here without this Max, Sandy, and Gene comp.
Yeah, that is very true. Another thing is that Byron is not in play here, so the Byron 8-bit is out the window. Sandy, right, also not a possibility here, and that is going to be a little bit frustrating. So just something to keep in mind for this set. Some of the strong brawlers are out of play, but both of these teams, they are very able to adapt. We saw it in Brawl Ball. They were able to make the most of a sticky situation. Anyway, getting into this match, take a look at our brawlers. We have Skyrix once again on the Rosa, Jetton on this 8-bit, and Semantic on the Mort. Not going to be able to profit too much off of that first push, but of course, the name of the game with Mort is get your super with that first push, and then you can really start to play Mortis.
Yeah, Skyrix did have some good pressure there, but he just doesn't have the backup required, as Jetton had to back off due to that Lenane having that pull. He's going to attempt to bait it out now with this cheat cartridge, but he's not really falling for it. And the turret has gone down, and that allows Lenane to hit an absolutely amazing pull, bringing it to 6 gems in the hand in comparison to SK's 0.
Yeah, Semantic is going to have to make some big plays here on iChaos. Of course, that is the brawler for him to counter. Wow, and is taken out swiftly. Goodbye, iChaos. Hello, Semantic. Semantic now going for Guille. Actually not going fully for the kill, just going for a little swipe there and getting out. It's important to have, of course, all of your team members at mid to keep pressure and keep control. Though SK Gaming, they are behind a lot, just 2 gems compared to 8. Semantic really, though, looking for this golden opportunity to hit double bats, and it might present itself right here. Perhaps no, actually, getting turned down once again on that push. This is going to be AC Milan Clash now able to get much more aggressive. Linane getting that 9th gem, and AC Milan Clash is just 1 gem away from this countdown.
Yeah, I mean, not getting too much value out of the unfriendly bushes that he really wants to here, Skyrix. Obviously, Linane, Guille, placing another 8-bit turret away from Semantic, you know, just to be able to have that retreat if he does need it. But SK are starting to pick up some gems now, and it's not looking like Clash is showing any signs of getting out of this spawn.
No, not at all, though maybe a bit of a misplay there by SK. We did see, unfortunately, Semantic try and get double bats there, but it ended up just hitting the turret. And nothing could be more painful as a Mortis than getting no value back on your super when that super is tough to get in the first place. Though, take a look at the gem count. It is equalized very quickly. SK Gaming now with 9 gems, now 10 gems. The gem count is tied up. It couldn't be closer. AC Milan Clash standing their ground. SK Gaming, though, likewise standing their ground. Skyrix trying to get this aggro positioning on the right lane, though he has no health and just 1 super to his name. Is he going to get taken out by iChaos, though? No, Skyrix still staying in the running as AC Milan Clash is going to, not pick up the 12th gem. It's going to Semantic, and iChaos cannot seem to hit him to end this countdown. 12 versus 12. The 13th gem goes to AC Milan Clash as the countdown begins once again.
Lack of 8-bit turret, I will say here. Then Guille, Linane's falling very low, does hit the pull, but he goes down 2, and Skyrix is able to swoop in and take the gems. Jeton pinching on Chaos, and this is going to be SK with a huge countdown of 19 gems. Absolutely no chance Clash are going to be able to reset this from the mids. They are going to have to push aggressively, get the turret down, but there's just no chance they're going to be able to get it back without this Linane pull that he just used.
Unbelievable. It could not be closer. Phenomenal game there from both teams. It looked like it was going to go the way of AC Milan Clash at first, but then Semantic starts to pick up steam, and then it starts to turn in the favor of SK Gaming. Of course, under pressure, SK, they handled it so well. It went 9 versus 9, then 10 versus 10, 11 versus 11, then 12 versus 12. 13th gem went to SK, and then it started to fall from there. It looks like some of our players got a little bit off sides there to try and pick up at that last gem that they so desperately needed. But regardless, that is going to be our first game in set number 2, going to SK Gaming. They were the favorite team going into Gem Grab. Of course, this map was their pick over GG Mortuary. AC Milan Clash, though, they were doing pretty well towards the beginning, so I would not really write them off just yet.
Yeah, it kind of just seemed in the long run they were able to just get the pressure with the Rosa just being in such a good position. And then towards the later game, it was just Semantic being able to swoop in for the gems and get out again quickly with the Mortis dashes. I think he picked up around 2 just to equalize the countdowns and prevent Clash from confirming it with a 2-gem lead when the countdown starts.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, with Mort getting all aggressive on Sprout, I expected that to end really quickly every single time. We only really saw 1 complete Sprout domination. Typically, Mort is like picked for the thrower counter or something similar, like a squishy counter. The thing is, though, we didn't really see Semantic go so much for the Sprout. He was really going for the gem carriers. He really wanted to get the double bats and stay in there and just get like a nice sum of gems and then dash all the way back. So just goes to show, Mort isn't just in this position where he's only picked as a counter. He's also just generally good in gem grab for swooping in and getting some gems in an adverse situation.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Skyrix slotting on to the Gene in this game now, and they are going to be taking roughs against that Sprout. I'm not sure how that side's going to work out, but off the start, it looks like Clash are managing to pick up a couple of gems straight off the start with a 2-gem lead instantly, and Chaos with some very nice pressure on Semantic.
Yeah, Jeton staying aggressive here at mid and now throwing down that plugged-in turret, trying to go for this pinch on iChaos. Semantic finishing off that kill as Guille also gets up his turret to get that speed and that power, though Semantic not going to allow it to exist for long, getting that wall break already. Guille's turret is already going down, and that upgrade is positioned all the way on the enemy side. Doesn't look like anyone from SK is going to be able to grab it, but was it even really the point to give that upgrade to a teammate? Jetton and Skyrix are already powered up enough by this turret. Here comes the upgrade onto Jetton, and SK Gaming is looking pretty fed right now. Though, despite this, AC Milan Clash, they are keeping their control even without a turret. Sprout, iChaos, of course, and then Guille on 8-Bit. They're keeping control. iChaos getting pulled all the way across the map by Skyrix, and this control is going back to SK.
Yeah, but Skyrix going for that pull, it really opened up the mid for Linane, as they just know he doesn't have the pressure to be able to hit that pull anymore, and he's managed to pick up again, but he does fall, leaving 2 gems in the mid, which Jetton swoops up for, and now Clash are going to have the dominant presence in mid, as it seems like SK are just either in the spawn or very low on HP.
Yeah, SK, they shot themselves in the foot just a little bit with the wall break from Skyrix for the kill on iChaos. Skyrix getting taken out, and the turret soon to follow. Jetton, though, has another one in his back pocket, just ready to go. Skyrix, though, ready with this pull. Not actually going to go for iChaos. It looks like Skyrix is more set on either Guille or, well, just really anyone but Sprout. Linane and Guille holding on to these gems. This could be at the end of the game right here. Jetton staying aggressive. He's the last remaining member. Not going to be able to get this kill. That is going to be this game going to AC Milan Clash, which brings us to match point.
Yeah, Clash on match point. Now, obviously, SK are going to be absolutely necessary for them to win this next game, or they're going to be out of the competition and finishing second. I will say, though, that pull from Linane in the last few seconds there, it was a bit of a preventive measure against the opposition's pull. He had to hit that, or there was going to be a comeback with that Gene pull that Skyrix was about to hit.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown. The game just gets so complex when you're looking at pulling people out of position, you know, getting a free kill. Who do we go for the free kill on? It's not as simple as just like, I fight the guy on this lane, or, you know, we pinch this guy because he's here, right? You force your enemies to go places. You can make them do what you want to do just by carefully constructing your offense, or who you have, your positioning of yourself and your teammates. It's how you win the games, right? Is having an idea of what's going to go on and trying to dictate the pace of the map instead of just responding to your enemy's input. You got to have that sort of control over the flow of the match.
Yeah, it's a huge part of Brawl Stars competitive. You've always got to be composed, controlled, and obviously, as you've said, you've got to have control of the game, and obviously forcing people into unfavorable positions, and that's where the cracks start to open in these professional players. You know, they don't like to show cracks, but when you work as a team, they open up regardless, and that's going to allow you to push through, get these gene pulls that they're not expecting, get these pickups from mid as Guille did, and use that cheat cartridge back. They open because Chaos is over there putting some pressure on, and they've got to focus him instead.
Yep. Once again, like, I'm sure that's exactly what was going through AC Milan Clash's heads. They have this, you know, both teams have an idea of how it's going to pan out in their heads. But it looks like AC Milan Clash, at least in this last game, was able to realize that just a little bit better. Though SK, once again, they're great at control, and if they can fix some of the just itty-bitty mistakes that they made in the last game, they can definitely take this one away. And it looks like SK, they're already making a change right off the bat. Semantic now switching onto this Sprout, though AC Milan Clash making a similar change. They are switching iChaos off of the Sprout onto the Colette this time.
Yeah, I noticed there Linane did get some good shots on Semantic off the start, getting a good amount of that super, which is so valuable, especially with Semantic in this position where he can just pull straight through that wall, and that's going to take so much value out of the Sprout on this map. I'm not too sure about this Colette pick, obviously quite good against the 8-bit mid, but you're really not going to be seeing that matchup too much, as they've just got a firm Gene versus this Colette on the lane.
Absolutely. iChaos now trying to get this lane control on Skyrix. Skyrix is really one of the biggest threats to their gym carrier. Of course, that at the moment is Guille. Though SK, they do have the upper hand at the moment. Jetton carrying so many gems. Semantic now actually opting to go on the left lane to combat iChaos. Now Guille trying to lay down some control here at mid. A great pull there from Linane to take out Skyrix, and that is going to be the beginning of AC Milan Clash's assault onto mid.
Yeah, he's managed to pick up another pull as well, cycled that beautifully, and Chaos yet again coming with some pressure now. I do like that pull, to be fair. It gets rid of some of the walls that the Sprout's been using on that side, and obviously opens it up for a pinch on the Gene. Good shot to get again from Lenane. Falling low, though, is going to fall here, and it's going to provide Skyrix with the gem. I mean, Semantic with the gem. One more gem needed on the side of SK now, so Clash really needs to make something happen.
Guille ready with that teleport and an over-aggressive member being taken out. SK Gaming now pushing up on the mid and getting this 10th gem, forcing AC Milan Clash into position to be taken out by Semantic. That is going to be SK taking this one back. Only 10 seconds remain for AC Milan Clash to snag a kill here. iChaos not able to do anything. Guille looking for a teleport, perhaps not able to quite get it. A missed pull. And that is going to be this set going to SK Gaming, and we will be moving into GG Mortuary on set 3.
Coming down to the wire now as it's moving on to the last set. Obviously, GG Mortuary was not picked by either of them, so fairly neutral map here. We're not looking towards anybody to be dominating it, but we have seen some very good plays from both teams on this map so far. I mean, SK just seemed to be so in control when they played it. No matter what the opposition played, they always had a countermeasure to it. And obviously with Clash, just such a good team regardless, especially with the Colt breaks coming in. We know Lenane's such a good Piper, as well as Semantic on that side of SK.
Yeah, and I'm very pleasantly surprised to see it, this being the first match that does not go 2-0 for the day, with the exception of one other that happened in the round of 16. We had 16 teams, and this is the only match, except for one, that has gone on to set number 3, so we finally get to see all of our sets being played. So, pleasant surprise, and as Trav was saying, I mean, these are some, you know, good plays that we're going to see coming out from both teams. It's going to be pretty neutral because neither team picked this map. Both teams said, ew, GG Mortuary. But, I mean, at least they didn't want bot drop and they didn't want Canal Grand. And really, I can't blame them, right? They'd rather have GG Mortuary over those two. So I think that does kind of lower the reputation of Canal Grand and bot drop just a little bit more. Though, finally, we'll be getting into this set here. Take a look at our brawlers. We have all strong picks coming out from these teams, and it's actually the mirror match between these two.
Yeah, Homemade Recipe coming on Semantic, putting a bit of pressure on, but he's able to hit a shot on Lenane without using that gadget, which is obviously going to be a bit of an upper hand for him in the long run. Lenane looking to try and get some heal off, get the super, so he can, when he does get this pressure, he's able to get the break in the mid, which is going to be so vital for the Colette to be able to push and get some damage with that super. Semantic now popping his Homemade Recipe, does connect. And now this is Lenane looking to get the break. He does manage to get it, but Jetton equally pushing up the side with his break too.
Yep, Jetton now has this damage in the first bit of damage on that safe AC Milan Clash. They only took a little bit of damage though, so really the fight is going to be over who can get control, who can get a kill or two, and then start dealing damage to the safe. It's really, I think 2 is a magic number here. Get a couple of kills and then you can really start working on the safe. Either that or get your Colette in position is the name of the game. iChaos really trying to push up on this right lane over here. Likewise for Skyrix on the left lane, but they have tough matchups. They're both faced up against a Colt. And it looks like actually both of these teams are just a little bit hesitant to fight at mid here because the stakes, they just got a lot higher. And we do see that kill onto Semantic, and that is the beginning of the assault, actually. We do see, never mind, SK not getting their save hit by Colette there. That is a bit of a blunder there from iChaos because that was 13%, and that was going to be the lead there for AC Milan Clash. Now, though, Lenane trying to get aggressive on this safe, and iChaos starting to equip himself with this next super.
Lenane does pick up a double kill in the mid there, and it provides the pressure for these for Clash in the last few seconds, but they are 1% up, so SK do have to make an assault on the safe now. Going to be difficult for Colette to push with this Colt super on top of Guille. Semantic looking to try and get some taps over and get the pinch on so he can push up, but Chaos has got his super too. They've got to defend him and get some damage. Lenane using that gadget onto Semantic. Both Colette supers coming in. Who's going to get off first? And Clash are going to be taking the loss in this game as SK do get that Colette super on the safe in the last second and take the game.
This is insane. We saw AC Milan Clash leading up by 1% for just a moment. We see the lane going to iChaos just ready with that super, but then, oh wait, now my other teammates have been taken down. They've been pushed all the way back to the safe, and suddenly iChaos has to double back and no longer go for the 13% damage on SK Gaming safe. So great game there from both sides. It could not have been closer. It was 93% to 94% for a good chunk of the game right there. And that is actually going to bring us to match point now in favor of SK Gaming. The match point game already getting underway. Very speedy at this time, actually. Probably one of the fastest times we have seen teams ready up. It's probably because AC Milan Clash, they do not want to sacrifice any momentum here, though neither does SK. They just won this last game, and they're looking to continue this head into the next one. Lenane picking up a kill right there. Another kill onto Semantic, and this is just AC Milan Clash now firing away and getting loads of damage in an explosive offense.
Scarix has managed to pick up his super on the other side. Chaos hasn't yet, and the homemade recipe coming in from Semantic again. It seems like both Pipers are just using this to get the other Piper down, which allows a bit of an opening. Colette super coming on stage from Skyrix is going to be taking the lead for a swift second, but it's brought back in Clash's favor straight away as Chaos is getting some damage on the right-hand side, and now it's all-out stalemate in the mid again.
Yeah, it looks like really the role of Colette here is just to juke out Colt and then try and get close to the safe to deal damage to the safe. iChaos is about to be in position, though, to start doing some damage to the safe. iChaos is on full health and might be able to start locking down the damage. No kill onto iChaos, in fact. Jet and Semantic, not both of their powers combined, could take him out. iChaos now retreating back to AC Milan Clash's side as we see SK Gaming unfortunately not able to completely capitalize on this aggressive push. Another super coming in from iChaos, and this match might actually be a tie by the end of this, because AC Milan Clash, they're looking actually to take this set right here. They're looking very strong, though. Lenane, without another homemade recipe, might not be able to win this mid fight, though. Semantic getting very low. Another super from iChaos, and this is AC Milan Clash now starting to deal loads of damage to SK's safe.
Yeah, Jet managed to pick up a kill now, and it's just Piper left. If Semantic can pick up this kill, Scarix is getting some decent damage on the opposite side, but Lenane going to be jumping up after killing Semantic, and that is going to be the game as he extends his range to extend his damage, and that is going to be double match point for both of these teams heading on into this last game.
Oh my gosh. And you know, I said earlier, it couldn't be closer, but it could, and it's now. Now it literally could not be closer. It is double match point, as Trav so beautifully put it. And we are just one game away from deciding who's our grand champion in day one of the qualifiers for Brawl Masters Spring 2021. And it's just a phenomenal show that these two teams have put on so far. SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash, two of the most accomplished teams in this region, going head to head. And it's looking pretty equal right here. I think it's going to be a very close game that we have coming up.
Yeah, definitely equal. If you look at the scoreboard, 2-1 in every single set so far, and it's going to end here 2-1-2, but we don't know to what team yet. Obviously, both teams are coming out in a very dominant game on either side for each one of their wins. But yeah, Clash looking extremely good in that last game, especially Lenane on that Piper, picking up, I think, about 3 double kills in that game, and allowing Chaos to get that pressure on the right-hand side. Colette Super's on, and that's where the damage starts raining in.
Yeah, just insane snipes for one, and then great Colette play, good dodges, as well as good supers, just well-timed and well-positioned. And since we actually do see the mirror match coming out from these teams, we're going to have to see them replicate what the enemy is running here. AC Milan Clash and SK both taking some notes out of each other's books. Skyrix now on the left side trying to get this lane against Gia. Really just wants the super to start off with. Doesn't need the super for any damage onto enemies, rather for the safe, though it would be nice to get a kill onto an enemy. And it actually looks like these teams are leaving open some walls deliberately this time. The Colts are not breaking open the walls entirely. Perhaps it was a little bit tough for them to deal with the Colette and the Piper in tandem. So now the Colts have a bit of a barrier to hide behind. So different gameplay actually emerging from both of these teams.
Homemade recipe going to be missed there by Semantic and Chaos coming up at full health now. Semantic looking low as he did get tapped as he tried to go for that play. Chaos going to be getting a bit of trickle on the damage. This is Clash taking the lead now, unable to hit him there, but the homemade recipe coming in. Bit of an overkill kill there, I'd say. And Lenane does jump out, get a bit of wall break, but he does get taken down by Semantic. And a break that is the exact same as the previous one, going to be coming on the side of SK now.
Yeah, and for a moment it actually looked like SK was just going to go ham on AC Milan Clash's safe, though no, AC Milan Clash, they're respawning. We just want to fall back to our own safe and to try and bait them into our sort of passive playstyle. We see AC Milan Clash is a very aggressive playstyle. SK Gaming, they sort of switch. They're versatile, but they do like these passive sort of play styles. They are leading by just 4%, but no longer is that true. iChaos getting in with another 13% damage. Skyrix, much of the same, 3% difference once again, as Semantic and Linane go head-to-head. The nice pinch, actually, between Skyrix, Semantic, and Jeton to take out Linane here. And AC Milan Clash, they have some ground to pick up as we head into the last 30 seconds of the match.
Colette did miss a super on the side of Skyrix there. Could be very influential in a game this close, as Chaos has got his picked up, and Skyrix obviously got no charge on his now. Gonna be looking over to Guille to really get that side down in order for them to be able to push here. Looks like Linane's getting a few shots on, does get the taps, and this is where Clash could really start to come back in this last 10 seconds.
That Piper kill is so important. iChaos just needs some amazing jukes. Here comes the 13%. Is it going to equalize? SK Gaming now going down percentage, but is any damage going to be done to AC Milan Clash is safe? No, that is going to be this match going to AC Milan Clash.
Wow. That's all I can say about that ending. Great comeback from Clash there. Absolutely incredible from those guys. We saw, obviously, that Colette Super made a big difference. He did miss it and hit the wall. It made the biggest difference possible, actually, as it could have been definitely some more control as well as some more damage on the safe. But Clash coming through in the end, managing to pick up the win. And obviously, that's going to be huge for them in terms of cash and points.
You love to see it. Cash money in the bank for AC Milan Clash. That and a lot of points too. We're gonna get the chance to look at the bracket for the day now, just very shortly. AC Milan Clash, they pulled out a phenomenal performance today. SK Gaming likewise, but in the end there can only be one. And I mean, okay. Let me just say, I had a feeling that we were gonna see iChaos come in with a clutch super right towards the end of that game. I just had this like gut feeling that something was going to happen, but then I see it, a little bit of struggling, but we see the super come in from Linane, and then it all starts to crumble. And here's a look at your bracket today. Of course, SK Gaming came in second place. First, it was EGN, then Reply Totem, and then Thirst Gaming. Tribe Gaming. I don't know why I said Thirst. That's just what it looks like. It just looks like that from the from the view that I'm given right now. I guess I'm lagging a little bit. AC Milan Clash, though, their journey was Team Lair. Then they faced off against Mindless sort of faced off against Mindless Riders. Unfortunately, they missed a player. And then Blood Diamond, and then trounced over SK Gaming. And no, Thirst Gaming, it's not a thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bracket has come to an end and Clash has come out victorious. If we take a quick look at the leaderboard now, if it is ready, it is going to be, and we're seeing Clash, SK, and Tribe up there in the qualification spots so far, and Blood Diamond, Oka, Mindless, EXO, and Reply Totem following suit in a very close leaderboard, I'd say.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. AC Milan Clash leading by 3 points on SK Tribe Gaming. Not to be confused with Thursday Gaming. I feel like that's a bit of a different org, or perhaps not an EU. Though 10 points tied there with the Blood Diamond, and of course our quarterfinalists. Those are going to be Oka Gaming, Mindless Riders, EXO, and Reply Totem. They are all taking away 6 points to qualify for the playoffs. And of course, you can see our top 3 of the day. They're getting some nice cash money to take home with them, and a nice little lump sum of points to carry on into the playoffs.
Yeah, so in total, really good performance from Clash over today. The whole day, they faced some good teams, and SK as well. Obviously, big props to them for coming to the finals. Just to sign off now, I'll leave you with Ready Set to say some final words.
Yeah, well, this has been absolutely phenomenal. I, am honored to be here in the presence of all of these amazing teams, and I'm just so lucky to have the privilege of casting such amazing matches here in day 1 of Brawl Masters here in EU. Just a little reminder, actually, we have NA tomorrow. Also, the second qualifier is going to be next week, same time. Also, the registration for Qualifier 2 opens soon, so make sure you get registered for the open qualifier if you are interested. The other thing is, make sure you follow Brawl Masters on all social media, Twitter, join the Discord, of course, and also we want to thank G Fuel for sponsoring Brawl Masters. it just wouldn't be possible without the G Fuel sponsorship. So big shout out to the boys at G Fuel. Of course, the boys and girls at G Fuel were inclusive here at Brawl Masters. And Trev, I'll let you have any final thoughts as well.
Yeah, just a huge shout out to all the production team, admins, and obviously all the teams, as well as Ready Set for joining me today. It's been an absolute blast. So thank you for having me, Brawl Masters, as well. And that's all I've got to say. So signing off, for me at least.
Yep, it's been a pleasure, Trev. I hope to see you all next week for Brawl Masters 2021 Spring here in EU Qualifier 2. See y'all.